Hey, Victor.
Hello, Lisa. Good morning.
How are you?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Well, always the early bird
No, you early. You were earlier than me.
with the assignments. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm here. That's half the battle.
Yep.
Morning, Reverend.
Good morning, Victor. How are you?
I'm finding you.
I'm good.
Welcome.
Hmm. Don't have any text. Let me make sure. Let me make sure. No.
Alfredo, good morning. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I checked. I don't have a text from Alice. Let me see if I have an email.
You're supposed to be in right now. She mentioned it the other day.
She mentioned that she might be late. Okay. All right. Then we can go ahead. Thank you for reminding me. Who would like us to begin?
I
Can
can
I?
do mine. Oh, go ahead, Victor.
Lisa, no, Lisa, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So everybody read it, so I'm just gonna do the first page if that's okay. Um,
Okay.
BB is 63, a white female. Her husband is her support. She has stress. She's a Christian, but she does not attend church. Um, I want you to help me identify areas where I use theological reflection more explicitly. Um, and also, what could I have said or done differently? Did I use my countertransference to drive the visit or hinder it? The, as I spoke about her mom, my reaction wasn't merely sympathy, it was indignation. How could she value retribution over dignity for someone so late in life with signs of not only dementia, but undiagnosed mental health illness? Where's mercy? I was aware of my emotional undercurrents, how her story resonated with my personal echoes, stirring not only my empathy, but also deeper understanding of the value of the elderly. Her frustration with her mom and my own past experiences with my grandmother began to blur, and I recognized the unmistakable rise of countertransference. Um, the outcomes I used 2A8 demonstrate one's use of empathy when providing spiritual care. Was I being empathetic or crossing a boundary? Indicator 2A4, demonstrate how one's orienting system interacts with the care receiver's orienting system when providing spiritual care. I used to have a strained relationship with my mother, and she currently has a strained relationship with her mom. So, do you want me to take it down or leave this part up?
I actually would like you to go to the dialogue.
Oh, you guys want to do the dialogue?
No, I'm not saying we have to do it. I'm fine with but I think it would be helpful
Okay.
for some conversation. And you said you want to talk about the countertransference. Did you let
Yeah.
it drive you or hinder you, and your theology, your theological response?
Yeah.
Alicia, yeah. Alicia, welcome.
So, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
good morning. So I want to invite you, Lisa, to tell us where you initiated some theological conversation, and then we can give you some feedback and perhaps talk about how to expand that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you can show us in the dialogue where you did that.
Um, when I asked her on C20,
Okay, C20.
or it was another place too. C18 and C20.
Okay. So you consider the C18.
I don't know. I'm just asking for
Where do you
feedback.
find peace in this situation? And C20, would you like me to pray for you, your husband, and your mom, the theological parts? So it really helps with your question. You're like, hey, I want to expand my theological. Okay. All right. So we can give some feedback on how one might expand it now that we're aware of what you consider to be the theological points. Group, any feedback for Lisa?
Yeah, I think
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead,
okay.
Victor.
I think she, first of all, answered that inquiry by the chaplain, who sought to know where her spirituality lay or lies. Yeah. So, and in C20, having given that indication is a kind of green light, and the chaplain now took it up to use it as a tool to render spiritual care at that instant. And also, I am impressed that the chaplain was also very broad-minded, despite the fact that they were not, attending church as regularly as, but that will not be a hindrance for that spiritual anchor that they've indicated already, for the chaplain not to, render the spiritual care. The chaplain, like Lisa has already pointed out, she was all the time having this counter transference, and from there, her own empathic feelings were triggered, and from her own experience, she could accompany the care recipient at the point where they were, not only the patient, but the entire family. So I think it's a mix of experience and presence, and also great awareness by the chaplain, and using the available tools and the positive vibes expressed by the care recipient. The spiritual care was readily provided. So I think that for me is an effective use of their theological background. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Elisa, I just want to touch something that and the dialogue that you have with her, and I'm curious, because C18 and C19 can give us a kind of light and the way that she feel comfort. You ask the right question. Where do you find peace in this situation? Okay, and her answer by calling you. I tell my friends that when I am having a difficult time, I can contact you and I feel better after we talk. So that means that all she wanted was talk. Okay? I think you have to wait to ask the question number 20 and let her talk deeper, because talk to you bring her peace as her comfort zone. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think she need somebody who are willing to hurt her, just to hurt her. And that way you can walk with her along the way. And later on, you can ask this question, would you like me to pray? But first, before the question is, tell me more about it, about your feelings, about your struggles. And you can go more deeper on her. Because the comfort care for her was talk. All she wanted is somebody who are willing to have a ear to hear her. And I just want to make this kind of point that what I see in the conversation.
Thank you.
Hi, Lisa. Thank
Hello.
you. Um, I think you really theologically you are doing most of nearly all your verbatim you're doing well. What I might say is I don't know how comfortable you are, but again, is what I will do. If you feel comfortable, where do you find peace in all of this situation? And her response by calling you, I feel better. If you want to add anything theological, first of all, you are theology embodied. I want to say that to you already, because if she can find peace and she feels better talking to you, you are embodied theology. And that is very important too. It's not just the word to say it, but it's how you embody theology in a very praxis-oriented way. So I appreciate you for that. It might also help to extend it to not only prayer, before even getting at that prayer where she said, I feel better, offer some biblical passages that might be tools that that she might need in moments of in situations in which she finds herself, challenging situations, right? in addition to prayer, I'm not just saying prayer, would you like me to pray for you, or would you also like me to give you tools, biblical passages that will help you in moments like that, and provide resources? Because again, this is a theological question. So theological resources, the common ground is the Bible. How do you give for biblical resources that can help in situations like that? Again, not excluding prayer, but like passages that meets her in place where she's finding difficulties in challenging time, right? It's like passages that are really resources. Even before she contacts you, she might have resources, tools that will help her navigate and to feel God really present, because she's meeting you here as your pastor, right? And not a chaplain, right?
Yeah, she's not a church member or anything.
Okay.
Yeah. Hmm.
And therefore, yeah, anyway, let me let it at that. If she can pray, it means that she can read the Bible as resource, right?
Right. Right.
Well, let's talk about this for a moment.
And
Let's talk about it for a moment, because I clearly hear your belief system, Lisa, in that asking a question about peace is a theological question for you. That's your belief system, because you just told me. I said, well, where is the theology in the visit? And you said it's in this question about peace. That's your belief system. That's not some universal claim. Do you understand that?
Hmm.
So I'm curious, what does peace mean to her? That's where my curiosity goes with that. But I want you to hear the potential. This is my
Right.
belief system. Okay. The other piece, even in Alice, I can hear Alice's belief system. She has something called embodied theology. That's Alice's belief system.
Hmm.
I can hear that in Alice's belief system, the Bible is a spiritual resource of some sort, a tool. In fact, she calls it a tool. So that's her belief system. So the curiosity is around what is BB's belief system. So BB, so I love Alfredo's invitation to you,
Hmm.
um, for the awkwardness of, well, say more about that. What do so that you can both invite her to talk and really continue your piece. So this other question is very difficult,
Hmm.
because I'm appreciating, because you brought this question to group a couple of times.
Hmm.
You really want to do the theological thing. So in C20, and I have two simple inquiries. In C20, you say, you ask her, would you like me to pray for you? And then in parentheses, you say, this is difficult for me to ask. I know I need to do this. So I want to invite you to say more about why that's so difficult to ask and how it is that you know you need to do this.
So it's a little bit of a story. So do you want me to tell you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So back in 2020, when my mom and my siblings got attacked and kidnapped and all that stuff, um, people were telling me, you need to pray, you need to trust God. And I didn't want to hear any of that stuff. I didn't want to hear about God. I didn't want to hear it because God had let me down. He didn't do what he said he would do, all the. So now it's hard for me to ask other people that because I know how that felt for me. And I can't push past that barrier. It's just really hard. Because before that happened, I was all in it, always asking people that. But now it's just a barrier and I cannot. And I don't know. I've been trying to, but I can't seem to get back around to where I used to be. Because, I'm like, my family almost died and you telling me to forget. No, I'm not forgiving. I'm not don't tell me about God. Don't talk to me about God. I don't want to hear any of it. So that's where I'm at. So it's my own stuff. It's not anybody else's. It's mine. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, but that's where it comes from.
Yeah, if I heard you correctly, uh, you also pointed out earlier about your counter transference, and these BB was not, a regular, but through the conversation, having listened to her, she has her core, coping system lay, and that is within logical front. It's now difficult, and you're finding it also not too much an easy thing to lead her through, because you had also passed through the same experience, probably that inhibition, but it ended up becoming the material that you used in cementing this visit.
Are you asking me a question or are you just
Travel the same path in order to ascend the hill.
oh,
It's logical that we are all trying to unbundle right now. So I think it served its purpose, because you you not only empathized, you showed, some of uh, knowledge, having been there at some point, and it was easy to equally judge the patient harshly, and also to listen, to empathize, and it was a good companionship at the end. That's how I'm trying to piece it together.
thank you, Victor.
I really appreciate you, Lisa, sharing that self-awareness and that connection with your lived experience and how it's impacting your theological conversations. And I appreciate that you've identified it as a learning goal too. And it's an area that you want feedback on and you want to learn. So I just want to acknowledge that. I'm curious, what did you pray?
Oh, for her, well, she had that conversation was kind of long. She had a lot going on. Her husband is sick, and her mom is, the situation with her mom and her brother. So, I prayed to God for healing for her mom, comfort for her, for herself, and for an intervention from some way, because this is just a lot of things going on in the family, but mostly for healing for her husband, healing for her mom, and peace for her. Um, that's.
Who did you direct this to? Were you just saying, I hope you have?
No, no, it's no. I mean, it's always to God, and I used the 23rd Psalm, because we do go through these dark valleys, but the Bible said we'll go through. It didn't say we will always be there. So I did use part of that. A part of, God is her shepherd. She shall not want, different parts of different scriptures in it, just, you know, by Jesus' stripes, her husband is healed. Just stuff like that. It's not that I don't know who God is and pray to God, but just inviting other people to say where they are in the midst of their situation. I just, it's just hard for me to do that because it's just a block there because, you know, of how I felt. And especially people like, well, you're a pastor, you have to,
Mhm.
it's just, I don't know.
No,
It just made me angrier. It didn't help the situation when people said that. It
okay.
wasn't, it wasn't comforting or anything like that.
So what I'm hearing you say is you don't want to, you don't have any problem with prayer itself, but you don't want to offer prayer if that's not going to be comforting and helpful to people. And so it's awkward to say, or as you said, it's difficult for you to ask, would you like me to pray for you?
Yeah.
How would it feel to ask, how can I support you?
I mean, I do ask that. That's not,
Well, let me ask Lisa, who is dealing with a very traumatic experience that you described with your family, with your mother. If everyone who told you to pray or just prayed over you, if they had all said, how can I support you instead? How do you imagine that would have felt?
I think it would have been better than, you have to trust, you know who God is and you know what God can, that's different, How can I support you is different. That that has a different, tone to it, and it's not threatening. It's not like you better do this or, you know, or else or whatever. So it's different.
It's different.
So it would be better.
And if you ask BB, how can I support you? And BB wants you to pray for her, I would imagine BB would say, talking to you today was helpful. Pray for me, Pastor. And you never have to even say, do you want me to pray for you? Because what you
But
really,
she never asked that. That's why I had to do it this time. She never, ever asked or wants, never, ever. I think it's uncomfortable for her as well. You know what I mean?
so you feel like you have to have prayer?
I don't feel like I have to have prayer, but I feel like when I don't have it in my verbatim, when I don't ask, it always seems to be an issue that I didn't go there and ask the person. You know what I
An
mean?
issue for you?
No, an issue for when I present the verbatim. Why didn't you ask for prayer? Why come, why wasn't that a part of your, you know,
Oh, I'm not even recalling that. Okay. That's not my experience.
that's my
Thank you.
experience.
That's
Yeah.
good to hear. So you feel like so part of this, I know I have to ask this is because you feel like that's the feedback you've gotten in class that, hey, you need to go for the prayer.
Right.
That is so helpful, Lisa. And when you couple that with your own personal experience and resistance to saying something that may not be helpful, that makes sense to me. I can't speak for
Excuse.
everyone. I will speak for me. I don't think you have to go to prayer.
Yeah, I think I also had that mindset, thinking that all the encounters will be tailored and completed, or will find it almost incomplete without saying a prayer until during our huddles at the clinic. The older chaplains, that was my first unit though, the older chaplains pointed it out that, you mustn't complete a visit by saying a prayer. Of course, what we're doing, we're interfaith chaplains, and you meet people from all over. So you avoid that pitfall of dragging them into, but you're also rendering emotion by your presence. By listening to them, by talking with them, is also you're applying the balm which a chaplain also brings along. They want to unbundle, they want to pour it out. Somebody who truly listen to them and not, apply medication. Some of them don't like the syringes, the taste of the medication and all that. But here you are coming um, harmless and not armed with physical tools, but you're doing something that is really deep, though intangible, yes, but it's really deep and suiting. Your words, your kind words, especially that listening ear, goes a long way. They're sharing. You're now moving, walking the path with them. So you mustn't, if that's why you also, like those senior chaplains, I'm mentioning my experience here at that first unit. They now, you seek their permission, you understand where their spirituality lies, even if they are not also people of faith. You move along with them. If they now request, you knock on those doors. If they open it, then you say a prayer. If not, you mustn't conclude a visit with a prayer. So that's I've learned that.
Thank you.
I want to add something though. There is a point I hear though that I tell my friends that when I'm having a difficult time, I can contact you and I feel better after we talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
This person knows you're a pastor, right?
Yes.
And there's something about you, again, I call it embodied theology. There's something about you that makes her tell her friend that whenever she talks to you, she feels better. Yes, it's true that you don't have to insert prayer, but you discern because this person comes to you because they know you are a pastor. If they didn't want to come, they wouldn't come to you as a pastor. If they weren't interested in anything about your own embodied faith, they will not even come to you. But they come to you and they know something happens when they come to you.
Yeah.
And that's something they know you are a pastor and they know for you what you bring to the table as a pastor includes prayer. I'm not saying that forced prayer when prayer is not it's not a discernible moment for prayer. However, I do not see you asking, would you like me to pray as something that should not be there. I do actually think that you didn't force it. You did ask. I love it that you prayed for because I'm like, that's part of you, and you can't be ashamed to be who you are. And she comes to you because she knows that, and you offering it for me. I hope I've never make you feel like you have to pray in every situation. I don't believe that even in situation with a person who is a Christian, overtly Christian, you still have to discern what moment prayer comes in and when it doesn't. But this, to me, honestly, I love that you brought that piece of you and you requested it and you offered what you can offer, not what you right. You've met them where they are, and that's why they come to you, right? And you're not ashamed to bring who you are into that picture. To me, that is my perspective.
Yeah. And I don't want y'all to think that it's anything y'all do by offering the feedback or,
Right.
suggesting prayer and stuff. It has nothing to do with y'all.
Right.
everything to do with me because it's hard to pray on Sundays. I always ask somebody else to pray. I mean, I got two pastors in the congregation at my first church, and I asked them to pray. And at my other church, there's somebody that always prays there. So it's something I have to work on, something I have to, God has to help me with, all the feedback and everything you guys offer is great. And I just want to fit it in and put it in and do what I can, but it's not your struggle, it's my struggle. I have to work it out. And I know healing will come since I'm talking about it. Healing always comes when you talk about things. So I haven't
Wow,
talked.
what a beautiful thing to say.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank
for your transparency. Thank you for your self-awareness. Thank you for that. Healing always comes when we talk about it,
you.
which is another hint at your belief system. I'm gonna offer for you that this Pentecostal woman would find it difficult to tell a pastor who says, or chaplain, would you like me to pray for you? No.
Right.
So I want to offer that you don't even have to offer it,
Hmm.
particularly since it is not right now something that is easy for you to do as you are in your own struggle. I know you won't deny it if requested.
Right.
Why offer right now, especially since it's not where you are? And she did not say, I find comfort when you pray for me. She didn't say, I tell my friends, I call you and you pray and I feel better. She said, when I talk to you, that's meeting her where she is. Offering the prayer
Right.
is you inflicting your belief system. Now's time to pray. And it
Right.
may communicate to her, okay, conversation's over because
Mm,
is signaling me, right? But do you hear that?
yeah.
She said, you ask her, how do
Mm.
you get peace? I get peace talking to you. And like the woman at the well, I tell other people, I talk to you. But this prayer you bring, you insert, and your awareness, countertransference is going on. You're not really feeling her right now. You don't like what she said. You got all that going on. And oh, you want me to pray for you and your husband and your mama and everything else, and then we out, right? And you had a long conversation. And you inserted scripture. So you did so much more than what's captured in this verbatim. I want to honor that too. And I also want to acknowledge your self-awareness here and your transparency, and that she said talk. And it's enough because of your presence and all of that other stuff.
Right.
And I'm so
Thank you.
glad you said this. This is so helpful, such a powerful learning. And thank you for sharing what you prayed as well. Um, you assessed quite a bit in here,
Hmm.
and it wasn't one of your questions,
Hmm.
but I really want to invite you into that language. So, is it okay with you and with everyone else if we pivot to something else in your verbatim?
It's okay with me.
Is anybody else wanting to make any other comment before we leave this
I just want to
piece?
say something because when we navigate in the waters of being a pastor and being a chaplain, it's not easy. It's a bridge that we have to cross. And as a pastor, we have a long time. I've kept 30 years ministry as a pastor. And when I tried because I'm not fully understood to be a chaplain, the language is so different, but it's just the language. And consulting on one of our ships, because they come as Alice said, she came to you as a pastor, but you are trying to do in a verbatim as a chaplain. It's two different words. And to learn how to navigate, it's not easy because we have our own belief system. and be aware about that is a key to function as a chaplain. Okay, right now I am a chaplain, not a pastor, and working in their theological system, not in us, being in their shoes, because as Donna said, the Reverend Donna said, our peace, their peace, our comfort, their comfort, even though we are in the same church, could be different, could be not the same. And we assume sometimes because they came to my church, they have my belief system or my comfort area are the same like him or like her. And it's a surprise when we find out that sometimes it's too different. As she say, I feel peace when I talk to you. That means you make a connection with her. Okay? You empathize with her because she opened her heart to you. Your company is enough to me. Your voice is enough to me. Because for me, that means that the Holy Spirit is on you, is working on her. And through your voice, the Holy Spirit has put the seed on her, the seed of peace. And navigate between being a pastor and being a chaplain is going to be a challenge for us. It's a truly challenge. Learning the way the chaplain has to speak to the current recipient is going to be helpful in the end to your ministry. Because any other, I've been having this conversation and you use this language as a chaplain with the Jehovah Witness, and they are open to receive anything from us. The difference, Lisa, I can tell you, is nobody can duplicate the Holy Spirit who is in you. Nobody can do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, one before we go over, I think I'm hearing something now. I heard Alice say make some serious points and corroborate what Lisa is equally saying. So, Donna, I think you got a duty here because chaplaincy in a pastoral setting and chaplaincy in a clinical setting. I think that's what we are trying to juggle here. So, in a pastoral setting, it's really removed from what we're projecting when we meet a patient in a room, in a hospital room, in an interfaith environment, and all that. But in a church pastoral setting, is taken for granted, is assumed, like Lisa mentioned, they know you're a pastor. Often more than 80% of the time they are church members, probably their families or, so it's taken for granted that, yeah, you pray. But in a clinical setting, it's really, the dynamics vary. So as I wanted to just point out that. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Reverend, Donna, did you want me to?
Did you have any thought you wanted to share back on that?
Yeah, it's been a struggle trying to to, I guess, figure out the chaplaincy part and the pastoral part, trying to make the chaplaincy part fit into my role um, as a pastor. It has been kind of difficult, but I mean, I guess the more I learn about it, and the more I do the verbatims and everything, it it helps more. It helps. Um, it's it's gonna be okay because once I get into maybe start doing that particular setting, uh, I feel like I will be able to do that role. I mean, it's just right now it's kind of challenging, trying to figure it out in my head, doing both of them. Um, but yeah, it's okay.
I think you're right. It reminds us that our identity is not just what we think of ourselves, but it's also what others think of us and the authority that others give us.
Mhm.
Some of the skills that you have demonstrated in this verbatim line up with your goals and objectives and are what we might call chaplain things.
Mm.
So if you go to C14,
Okay.
you said, I understand that you're currently unsure about navigating her care. Was that an example of your reflective listening? Because you reflected back to her what you had heard her say.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Hmm.
so then what did you do next in the next sentence?
Um, offer some type of support.
You
You
tried to
tell me.
fix it. Have
Oh,
you
try. Okay,
talked to a doctor? And
okay.
you said it in parentheses. I wanted to fix this so bad. And so
Yeah,
let me fix it. Have you tried talking to a doctor?
yeah.
So if you want to keep this sort of conversation about drawing the line,
Hmm.
you would stop right there with the reflective listening. I understand you're currently unsure about navigating her care, and you stop.
Okay.
And you could add some of your observations. This has got to be frustrating or whatever, but you could also just stop right there and don't fix.
Okay.
That's excellent. That's part of your CPE training and awareness, and I just want to affirm that.
Hmm.
It's page 6 on your handout. I'm just going to do one more. We can talk about the rest in IS.
Okay.
You talk about, you describe her as, keep going, page 6.
At the top or.
Right there in the bold print. You said, I assessed, this is your spiritual assessment.
Hmm.
Spiritual need was, then you describe your intervention. The intervention
Oh,
is to
okay.
be alongside and support. The spiritual need was the third bullet point. You said she
Okay.
was
Give.
grieving. So
Hmm.
I assessed her spiritual need was to grieve.
Okay.
My intervention was to come alongside and support and be a non-anxious presence.
Okay. Okay.
And I think when you say give her space, I think you mean you create space for her to express her feelings,
Right.
AKA talk, which you already know comforts her. All of that is chaplain stuff.
Okay.
When it might go into what might be called representative of a faith tradition as a pastor,
Hmm.
could be if you then began to give her doctrine. Well, the Bible says, and a particular interpretation of the Bible. Well, in our tradition, we believe lay hands.
Right.
We say name it and claim that would be moving into the realm of reflecting the beliefs of a particular religion, which is not what a chaplain does.
Okay. Right.
Okay. Even the way we use certain tools can cross over into
Mhm.
outside of the work of a chaplain. So I just wanted to affirm you did a spiritual assessment, you came up with an intervention, and you used reflective listening as you described it here. Yes, you did. That was your chaplain intervention where you reflected back what you heard to affirm her and to foster connection. All of that is chaplain stuff.
Okay.
And I just want to highlight it because you think you're not being a chaplain. Yes, you are. And you're doing it quite well. Any other questions, comments, and feedback? Thank you so much, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break. I'll see you back at the top of the hour. And who will be next? Who's going on deck? Alfredo's on deck. I'll see you back at the top of the hour. So 11 minutes.
Alice, are you in Africa?
No, I am not. I'm leaving next week to South Africa, though.
Okay, it's all right.
Yeah. I should have brought you something from Nigeria, huh? Egusi soup, you go chop them.
Make it away.
You've gone Barack Obama. You're welcome.
Oh no, Alfredo, you volunteered, didn't you? Okay, Alfredo. You're on mute.
Okay, I don't want to read all about that. I just want to give it to you guys an update about the situation, the stage. I was on call that Friday, and my peer called me and give it to me an update and a feedback about this young lady who had his little girl died in his womb since she had 38 weeks of pregnancy, and the doctors find out. But she said that she want to wait until the 40 weeks because she's expecting and praying and fasting, waiting for a miracle of God. And he went to saw her and pray for her, but the aunt asked my peer if somebody can be there to bless the body when the when she had the baby. And my coach told her that she just called, tell the nurse that she want the chaplain come in, and the nurse is gonna call somebody. So it was around. I have a hard day that Friday. I went to bed at 10:30, and 45 minutes later, I I do not even heard the phone. My wife heard it and say somebody's calling you for the hospital. So I got the call, and the nurse told me that the baby was born, died, dead, and they want me to go and bless the body. And that moment was when my theological system was challenged. Because in my theological system, I don't believe and pray for the bodies and bless the bodies. And I just dress myself, and I was thinking in that. How can I handle that? How can I avoid to do that? And when I get to the hospital, I realize it's not about me. It's about them. So I decide to do my best, okay? And bless the body if that bring comfort to the mom. So I get into the room, and there was the mom. You know, the face say more than the words when I saw her. She welcomed me. I blessed the body, I did request, and then the aunt say, okay, thanks for coming and goodbye. And I look at her and I look at the patient, and the patient says something different with his eyes and with her eyes and her attitude. And I asked her, how do you feel? And was when the intervention just started. She started talking to me, ask you question, and I wonder how I might do that because I always have struggles projecting my own beliefs when I uh, give it to the care recipient my thoughts, my feelings, and I wonder how I might do that. And I want your feedbacks, your honesty with me, and suggesting and the how for the comfort how I did it, and the suggestion how can I do it better because I know as you are we are a chaplains in construction. We are not a chaplains. We are chaplains in construction. I define myself like that. And with that, thoughts, I give the opportunity to myself to make mistakes. I realize, okay, Alfredo, you made some mistakes, but that's okay. You are in construction. You are not a chaplain. You are in the way to crossing the bridge between knowing when you have to act as a pastor, knowing when you act as a chaplain. And I want to learn that. And I really appreciate your feedbacks. If you already read my paper, if you don't have time, I can go through your desire. It's up to you. But one of the issues I do not write in the Barbadian is in the some point when I was given to the recipient the space to express their feelings. The aunt a lot of times bother me in the middle of the conversation, try to put her belief systems on her. And at some point she says something like this, and I'm gonna point it because I want to get your feedbacks. She said, the aunt said to the patient, that's okay. There is your baby was taken uh, from God because God needed an other angel. And when she said that, I just turn around, say, I think God has enough angels up there. And I turn around to her and I ask her, how do you think about what your aunt said? Her answer was, I don't know. And I tell her, I don't know either. And ended the conversation with the aunt like that and follow my intervention with the care recipient. And I've been so happy if you give it to me, your feedbacks about the intervention with the caregiver, care recipient I have it.
I heard a earlier question too. Alfredo wants feedback and he wants to know, do you want to read through the dialogue or do you want to jump into feedback? He's leaving it up to you.
Just the feedback for me. I don't know about anybody else.
Alice and Victor, do you want to read through the dialogue just straight to feedback?
Just feedback.
Okay, then you can stop sharing if you like, Alfredo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
All
let
right.
me. Lisa, you want to go?
Yeah, if you don't, I mean, either way, you can. I can go after you.
Go on, go on, go on.
Okay. I just had wrote some things down. This was a very emotionally charged visit for you, Alfredo. I understand that. Um, and I heard you mention that you had experienced a similar loss as well. So you probably were experiencing some type of countertransference. But I'm glad that you had the time on the drive there to kind of articulate what you were gonna do, and you didn't want to bless the baby because you said that's not part of your culture. But you found the strength to do it anyway. And in C9, you asked, was she angry? But she never mentioned anything about being mad, according to your what you shared with us. She never mentioned anything about being mad. So I was wondering if that was part of your counter transference from your experience, you know, that came up for you.
Which one?
In C9, and you said she was angry. Asked her, was she angry at God? But she never mentioned anything in the verbatim about being angry or mad or anything. But you mentioned it. You asked her, and I didn't know if that was kind of your, counter
That
transfer.
was kind of my
That was
my
yours coming up for you.
exactly.
Mhm. Yeah. I don't feel like you projected your own belief, because you didn't believe that you about blessing the babies after they passed, but you did it anyway. So you didn't project anything. You know what I mean? And you helped her find her agency by asking her these questions. Even when her aunt was trying to intervene just now, you said that, you know, you asked her, so that she can, figure it out. You asked her about crying, and she said she had not, and then she started to cry. She was able to release some of the tension, the emotions, the pain.
Yeah.
Um, so I thought that was very good. It's a good, very good verbatim. It's a very tough, because you're in a hospital, so you have a lot of tough cases. So I think you did very well in this visit. Um, so when you asked, about were you projecting your beliefs, but I don't believe you were projecting your beliefs. But that's the only question I had about the angry part. But otherwise, I thought it was a great verbatim. So thank you for sharing it with us.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I have my experience and the pause I made it for let her express her feeling is the truth is I'm not really only doing for her, but for myself. Because when I don't know, every time when I have that same experience, but in this time when I was writing down the verbatim, my eyes get kind of warm, and I feel so touched in that moment. It happened in that moment. That's why I made the pause because it wasn't only her who need the space. I need the space also. And I don't think there's nothing wrong with that, even though I don't feel comfortable to make the space for myself in the middle of the conversation. Maybe I'm wrong, but I need it. I needed a space.
No, I
Thank you.
don't think you were wrong. You did no, no. I think you did well. So no,
Yeah. Okay.
I don't.
Thank
No.
thank you.
Thank you. Hmm.
Fredo, do you mind restating the scenario that you lifted up and your question um, in that moment? Were you operating from your belief systems in terms of the interaction with the aunt? You're on mute.
Sorry. Yes. It's because she said something that I don't believe it, and I point to her. Okay. I know I was kind of frustration because she's still bothered and put her own theology, and I, I just get tired about her. And when she said that was like the top of the water, I stood around and said, you know what? God do not need any more angels. God has enough angels. And I answered on that. And I know that that's my belief system. That's why I want to excuse myself and say she wasn't the caregiver, but it's not true. That is not true. She was also the recipient, even though she only was there. She was also the care recipient in that moment because I was the chaplain, not her. I am. So when she said that, she touched my belief system, and I just explode. Say, wait a minute, that's not true. God do not need more angels. And I can have the scripture and I can open the scripture, and I almost tempted to say, when David's sons died, he said, the kid cannot come back with me, but I can go with him. Say, there is no angels. Say, the kids are there. The Bible say like that, or whatever, but what's my belief system? That's the truth. And I think in that area I'm not doing so good. Okay. I think about it, I reflect on that, and I forgive myself for doing that.
I love it. I love your self-awareness. I loved your pronounced forgiving of yourself. And I affirm with you that was your belief system.
Yeah, yeah, and I thank you because I turn around to her and I asked her, what do you believe in that? And she say, I don't know. And I don't put my belief system on her because I say, I don't know either. Even though I believe in a different things, I just walk along with her. But that doesn't mean that I'm not doing nothing wrong. I'm doing that. Put my belief system on that intervention. Even though later on I have the time to speak with her and make the peace with her, okay, and act with her as a chaplain. Even though the husband was there, I saw him like he doesn't want to speak with with in front of her wife, and I take him out of the room, and I have a time with him. I can do another verbarium with him because was another. So I spent like 2.5 hours with them, with the three of them. I ended in home like at 2 o'clock in the morning, ready to wake up at 8 o'clock because I have to start my shift at 8 o'clock in the morning. So later on in that morning, I went to saw her. She was so calm. She was so grateful with me. But yeah, I reflect my belief system in that moment, and I'm be aware about that.
You said she was not the chaplain. The aunt was not the chaplain in the room. You were.
Yes.
I appreciate your clarity. Was the aunt a spiritual care receiver in the room?
Yes.
Was the aunt a source of comfort in the room?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, she
she
was.
sure was. She sure was.
Yeah, the people who was in the room was a source of comfort. Even though the husband don't say nothing,
Mm-hmm.
it was a source of comfort.
And coming alongside the aunt, which is, you had a conversation with her later, which was great. But I think it was also skillful on your part to turn to the patient, the mother, and ask her if she believed that, because those were words coming from someone who was, and probably still is, a source of comfort for her. And she
Yeah.
was able to say, I don't know. And you were able to say, you know, I don't know either. I think you said, I don't know either.
I
And
don't
you,
know either. Yeah. I don't know either.
I thought that was very skillful and a good recovery and great self-awareness in that moment. Woman, shut up. I'm the chaplain here and you don't know what you're talking about. But you didn't say that, which is great. That was excellent. I thought that was a very skillful thing to do.
Yeah, I feel like he was interrupt the space that we are creating for her to express herself as she felt, all her feelings. I want to make her empty on feelings, express anything, any doubt, any anger, any sadness. I just want to make a space for her and also for God. Because when I say I don't know either, only God knows. I make a space for her, for him.
I can't, what number was it? Do you remember in your verbatim?
No.
Um, I can't easily locate it, and it's not necessary.
Oh,
Um, but I'm
I
kind of
think
thinking,
but anyway, no, I don't write it down because was before the pause I made it because she stopped with her uh with her statements then stopped a moment and she cannot cry because she was interrupt until I made that statement. Then I make the space. Then in the C15, then we went to the pause when she started crying, and I let her cry.
that was beautiful.
And that was the moment who she uh, not only she needed that space, I needed,
You needed it too.
and I've been clarified about that.
Hmm.
I'm I'm wondering if I doing wrong. That's why I'm telling Lisa, I
Yeah,
wonder if the space if we can make a space for us in the middle of the intervention.
right. You did. And I think you did it skillfully. I think that question of what would you like to say to God, if you could speak to God directly, was powerful. I think you held space for her response. Um, and I hear what you're saying as well. But I think you held the space well. And in your reflection, this isn't here, but in your weekly reflection, you talk about her courage, the patient's courage, and letting you into that very vulnerable space.
Yes.
And I think I agree with you. She showed an enormous amount of courage, and you connected um, and created that trust, that allowed you were part of creating that trust that allowed her. So 2.5 hours, wow. You built some connection and you built some time.
Yeah, because I don't write it down, but I have time with the nurse.
Yeah, that's good. So the
Well, yeah,
staff, the family, and the patient, that's that's
yeah,
skilled.
because when I step out, I just say, okay, thanks for calling me. If you need anything else, just call me. And she just say, I will. But when she say I will, I hear the brokenness in his voice.
Mm-hmm.
And I just turn around and I ask the question, how do you feel about this?
Mm-hmm.
And I spend at least 20 minutes with her.
I think that's powerful. Yeah. That's like you said, that's another verbatim.
Yeah, 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 because I never forget about the stuff.
Yeah.
Never. And sometimes, and this week, I I always say I lost. Maybe I'm wrong. I lost 3 kids in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
The weekly reflection that you say is another one in the same week. And I made another weekly reflection about the husband who lose his wife in the part
Hmm.
when she give the baby, when she birth the baby, when she have the baby, she has a stroke,
Wow.
and they take the mom to Stanford. So the baby we have in the hospital because he's in the hospital, and the dad is in Stanford dealing with the body of the mom.
Wow.
So on Saturday I have to go. I have a meeting with the dad, with the parent, because he speaks Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
So the social worker make a meeting with
Oh,
me. So
oh.
this coming Saturday I have a meeting with him, and he was thinking about that. I just thank God because I can sleep. I sleep very well after everything. I get back at around 2 o'clock in the morning, sit in the couch for 15 minutes, ask God to bring me peace, anoint my head with oil, and let me rest.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to bed and I rest. Even though I sleep 4 hours, I wake up feeling like I sleep more than 4 hours. And I know that was God. That God gave it to me the strength that I needed to do His job. Because in the end, as chaplaincy, as a pastor, it's not my job, it's God's job. I just try to be in the vessel for Him because I cannot comfort nobody.
Mm.
He's the one who can comfort everybody, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Even though in our own mistakes, He's doing that. We
Right.
try to do our best, which is good, beautiful, but we are an perfect, imperfect humans. That's all we are.
I have a curiosity. There are a lot of questions. Knowing now that it's 2.5 hours that you were there is helpful because you were there for a long time. I'm curious about the space between the questions. There are, as you have already observed, as Lisa has already pointed out, you ask questions that don't sometimes seem connected to what was said before, like the anger piece. But there are a lot of questions, and I'm curious at how quickly do all of these questions come, or is there space? Are you just still in silent before you ask the questions?
I think the question first, and then I say it.
Okay.
Okay? I think what I have to say.
And you're
That's why
listening?
that's why it took me too long. Okay, because I take my time to ask the questions. I'm not in a hurry when I meet the care recipient. I give it to her time to answer, and I give it to myself to answer her questions. And this is what you want to know it. Yeah. And on Saturday, what I'm doing, even though I've been at 8 o'clock in the morning in the hospital, I take maybe 30 minutes in my quiet space, my safe space.
Okay.
Try to
Well,
recover
I'm glad to
myself.
hear that because so that it does, because I was curious as to whether or not you were sort of peppering her with questions. So that's good to hear. You have a lot of space and silence in between. To return to what you identified that you wanted reflection on in terms of the conversation with the aunt, I don't think there's any. I already said how skilled it was to turn to the patient and ask the question. It was a very skillful thing. And it was very skillful that you didn't say all you were thinking in the moment to the aunt. And in the and in your response, when the patient said, I don't know, and you said, I don't know either, to just take, not inflicting your beliefs a little bit further, you could have stopped short of saying only God knows, because that really was still, I think, a little bit of a dig at the aunt, a way
Okay.
of saying, you don't know. And when you said, I don't know, was that the truth?
I don't know.
It doesn't sound like it. When you talk about it, it sounds like you know exactly. And that's
You
not.
know, my beliefs and my belief system, uh, I believe that God doesn't need angels up there. Even though Jesus said we are going to be like an angels, he never said you're going to be an angels. Because he said you're going to be like an angels in a spirit. So that's what I believe. And my belief system, I try to believe most closely than the words God said. That the more maybe I think. My belief system is according to the Bible, period.
So can you imagine that maybe saying only God knows was also a little dig at the aunt?
Nah,
You think it was nothing behind saying only God knows? That's really what you believe. You only
exactly.
God knows. So
Yeah,
that,
if I say only God knows, I think I supporting her belief system.
because her belief system wasn't that God knows. Her belief system was she does not know.
Exactly.
Stop.
Yeah.
And you go past that, it's another belief system and it's yours. It's
Yeah,
not hers. It's
exactly.
yours. But I wasn't there. So I don't know. I'm very far removed, but I'm just responding to your question. But I think that's a very good observation already on your part and very skilled work already on your part. Yeah.
Yeah, because actually my hardest struggle was always when I meet a lady like that, 20 years, 22 years old, too young, her first baby, she was waiting for a miracle. She expecting to God to answer. She was dealing in two states of emotions. The, her faith struggled with her situation, her pain, and I try to just guide her and walk along with her. I don't try to change nothing. Okay, I just been there to support her and to affirm her, even though my body bring me back to my own experience, and I was aware about that, and that's why I took my time to make the questions because of my own experience. I don't want to I don't want to uh, assume or take for granted that the way I'm being comforted is the way she needs to be comforted.
I
I
can
try to
appreciate that.
find out
Yeah.
from her
Mm-hmm.
what is or was her comforting zone because
And
mine was one different.
And you're aware, Alfredo, that in that moment, dealing with that situation, and you're thinking about your own children, that's may also be informing the questions that you ask.
Mhm.
And I can appreciate that you're aware of that. So I would encourage you to look back at the verbatim. I know we don't capture everything. And notice if your questions really are coming up in response to what she's saying, or they're just questions you're forming in your head that don't necessarily connect with what she just said. So I
Yes.
just encourage you to go back and say, oh, she said, God received my child in his arms. And I
Mhm.
said, do you want to keep talking or do you want to read scripture?
Okay.
You know, and
Yeah.
there, just go back when you have distance from it. So not before you meet with the man on the father on Saturday, because you're still dealing with this is a difficult personal.
Yeah.
But I encourage you to do that as you.
Yeah. As Victor said, dealing in the hospital, working as a chaplain, not as a pastor. You ask me how can I handle that situation as a pastor, it's another better. It's too different. It's too
What would
different.
that look like? What would that look like if you had handled it as a pastor?
More biblical answers. In that moment, I can answer biblical. This is what the Bible said about the angels. More theological could be. Okay, because most of our ships come for a Bible answer, not for a thinking answer. That's what I thought. No, what the Bible said is what they wanted, and as a pastor, it's my responsibility. But as Victor said, it's so different to work in a hospital, in a clinical environment, because you can act as a chaplain and you can discern more easily. This is my point of view. Maybe I'm wrong. Act as a chaplain because you act with people who doesn't have or who doesn't have your belief system or who doesn't be agree with who doesn't agree with your belief system, because most of our members are agree with our belief system as a pastor. That's why they ask us, what do you think? And the clinical area is different. It's about what they believe. I never had that kind of question in the hospital. A patient asked me, what do you believe? What the Bible said. It's kind of different. But yeah, you're right. Because it's a question I think Lisa pointed up when I asked her, "See, what do you fear?" or something like that. And I said a question, why am I asked that question? Because I put my feelings. This is some part of my thoughts, that I have that moment because of my past experience. As the books say, I bring it up my family dynamic that I have it. I use my family dynamic, okay, to ask a question because of the trauma I have it. But I try to use to edify to in a constructive way, not in a judgment way or destructive way.
So I'm hearing you say you're aware that counter transference was informing some of the questions you were asking.
Yes.
That I want to applaud that self-awareness.
Thank you.
Very good self-awareness.
Thank you.
And I think you provided good spiritual care. So it's not but, it's an and. And I'm glad you were there for this family.
Thank you.
Alice and Victor, you're very quiet.
Yeah, Alfredo, it was a very emotional visit, but I really applaud you. I also have some notes, but a lot of it has been already been said. But I want to applaud and affirm you in your ability for non-anxious presence in those moments where it was a moment that reminds you so much of your own loss, of your own grief, but you were a non-anxious presence in this verbatim, as captured by your verbatim, and I want to appreciate that. I also want to appreciate the spiritual discernment as the conversation goes on. The pastor that you are, that I always appreciate, will always appreciate. And the ritual creativity, those was creative moments there. So I really want to commend you for that. I commend also the deep pastoral empathy. And again, that's just who you are also. So and it's particularly so because you see in C4 and C17, wait, what did that? C4, let's see. Yeah, C4 and C17 in dialoguing with yourself, that moment is coming. That countertransference is coming up because you are remembering that. But even at that though, what stood out really for me is that you kept the focus on her and not on your pain. And that was very skillful. I do not know if I had experienced something like that myself, how I would behave in that moment, right? That for me, that you were able, regardless, to keep the focus on her, and not on your own, the memory of your own pain was very, very good. I really like that. And in that moment, I also see, again, trauma-informed, faith-rooted caregiver in you. So I appreciate you for that. Without reiterating everything, the one question that I will have for you is in C5. Yeah, when you said, I understand that you already knew from week 38 that there were complications. What happened at that moment? I don't know. Again, like you rightly say, this conversation is more than what is encapsulated in the verbatim. I don't know if it was helpful because she has not told you that the pregnancy was 38 weeks. Probably the doctor said that to you. I don't know how helpful it was to bring that up there. Um, I I think it would have been helpful because you rightly say in one place to tell you more about it. That is a story to tell. That is an information for her to give to you and not for you to remind her that it was 38 weeks, especially that she herself didn't say that to you. So yeah, that is the one thing that stood out really as question. I really like your use of Psalm 34, verse 18. It was really appropriate and context specifically appropriate. That was good. And it was gently introduced. It's not something that, boom, you put on her, right? And the fact of slowly reading it also helped. Yeah. So could you tell me, again, that C5 was the the key place, I was really wondered whether it was necessary there.
Alfredo, you're on mute.
I forgot. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The question I asked her was just a curious that I have. Okay, because I have the information already. Okay, my peer gave it to me the information about what exactly happened. So this is why I print that information just because I was curious. I made the information. I made that question. I was curious and I bring the question and I don't have to. I have to be aware about that. And you're right. The question don't fit the intervention. Yes, thank you for the feedback. Because in scene I make a switch on the conversation when I ask it, have you ever felt any anger to God? Because this is what my experience also.
Yeah, I think, like Donna pointed out, the length of the engagement and also most of the things will not be, is a verbatim, yes, but most of the things will not be reflected. But again, often, I don't know, many things are lost in translation. So I will also feel that perhaps while Alfredo is trying to communicate, some of the things will be lost on transit, while they say that the translators are traitors. So perhaps some of the things were lost on transit. So,
Yeah.
but mine is also to encourage. We are doing great being here, and I appreciate CPE once again. And look at the courage with which all of us are doing what we do, what Lisa has presented, and what Alfredo has presented. It took a lot of courage for them to really come out the way they came out, and also for the vulnerability. So, Alfredo, I want to thank you. Beautiful one, a very, difficult encounter. And through the process, we're learning a lot about ourselves, a lot about one another, a lot about the next person, especially the shade and the mold the care recipient will show up next. We will not know, but where CP is equipping us to be ready, to be prepared. So, and you're not the only one that, has such difficulty. Even I suspect, and perhaps the couple might be Catholic. So we also struggle with all that, and further misinformation, even within Catholics, who may not even know what happens within those settings. So these are the things that the chaplain has to grapple with. And most times those care recipients come very ignorant. So because in that space, what the chaplain goes to do is to provide grief support, because that was what was happening there and nothing more. Grief support. And you did exactly that by being present, by also accompanying them. They were grieving. So it wasn't a time to banter or to do is it in the Bible or anything, but you did, hold the space. So I want to appreciate you for your courage, for providing that grief support, especially as I said, you also showed it. You, as a parent, lost an infant, and especially for mothers, they are distraught. They are distraught when such things happens to them. It's a very painful experience to lose. So for a chaplain to show up and be there with them. So that's what I want to point out, your courage. I want to thank you. And as we go along the line, we get to know what's happening next door and appreciating others and also meeting them at those points that they hold there. So once again, great chaplains. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, for your words. And yeah, it's door to door right there. Not only the doors, sometimes in the hospital you meet people crying in the elevators, in the parking lot. It's a hospital. You can see the worry on the people in the kitchen when they were eating. It's a hospital. There is no place where the people do not need a war, hope, but also in the hospital we have to be aware about our care, our self-care. And as I say, we have to choose our battles. We have to choose our battles. Thank you for your words, Victor. I really appreciate it. Alice, sorry. I've been reading the question. I'm thinking, what could I do different in C5?
I don't know. That is a simple, honest question. No,
Yeah,
the
no,
only I was just drew me is that information was not provided. Is it in context of yes,
exactly.
it is an interdisciplinary team chaplaincy by default, so we get information ahead about
Yeah.
care recipients, right?
Yes.
But in the context of meeting the care recipient, do we assume knowledge and articulate that knowledge, or we allow the care recipient to provide that information, even though we know that was the only thing there? But if I do not know, to be
Yes.
candid,
Yes,
what
I've been
they
reading.
should
I
have.
understand. She answered me, yes, it was her. We already had her name. She was going to be called Mariana. I was really looking forward to meet her. And I do that. The question that doesn't fit there. And I ask, and I see her answer, and I say, what kind of question can I ask her in that moment?
Mariana is a beautiful name.
Mhm.
Stop.
You see how easy when you know what to do it? You're
No.
right. Yes, you're right. That's a simple but right question. Because my problem is I try to see questions beyond the simplicity. Try to make everything spiritually. And sometimes I forgot that the simple, how beautiful name was it?
I gave my daughter her name
Tell me
when
more about it,
yes.
right? What a
Oh, I love
beautiful.
that.
Yeah,
Say
never.
more. Tell me
Tell me
more.
more about
Oh,
it.
yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, because I gave my daughter when she was just 1 month in my tummy, I gave her a name. So there's nothing that says you give a name when they are far there, right? So yeah.
Yeah, let me cross that question then. Write down the new one. Yeah. Well,
The beauty about this is that, Alfredo, for me, the more I realize I don't know in chaplaincy, it's really helpful that it's a working process. I learn every day. I make mistakes, many of them. And I want to acknowledge my mistake as strength, because that if I don't have those, I will never grow. Well, before I came to chaplaincy, I will confess that I thought I knew theologically everything what I need to do. Now I know I do not know. And it's a beautiful thing. Was hard for me though. It is beautiful, right? And every learning opportunity for me, I don't take it now like anything. I say, okay, God, this is an opportunity to become better. And so
exactly.
chaplaincy is such a peeling of the skin because right, because you're so, as a theologian, as pastoral person, I
Yeah.
want to populate the world with the word of God and make people feel better by drawing from my belief systems. We have
Yes.
to shut it down, shut it down, shut it down. Don't go there, don't go there, don't go there. That is very hard. So I really empathize with you. You had that have a deep heart of a pastor, and right, and the dual
Yeah.
calling of being able to, sometimes I feel, am I ashamed to just be who I am? But it's not about me, it's about the other person. So learning again and again and again, right? So
Yeah.
was fantastic though, what your
Thank
your
you.
your verbatim. And I really like that you were the one that went in that room. So I
Yeah.
appreciate
Thank you
you.
for the feedbacks, for your words,
Yeah.
for your kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a great question too, Alice. I'm not trying to skirt your question at all. I think Alfredo um, illustrated it other places. The clinical information is for your background, but the goal is to be present with the patient, and you try not to go into the clinical
Yeah.
38 weeks, etc. But you just join them right where they are. But having that clinical information helps you understand.
Yes. Yes.
I find
I have I
oftentimes
have to learn how to use as an information as
we all do.
yeah.
Yeah, we all
Okay.
we all do. So it's a great question, and I think your answer was perfect. I don't know. I love it. Wonderful journey. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. This is rich. Thank you, Lisa. We gotten off to a rich start this morning. And we need our spiritual self-care practice session. I will see you in 30 minutes. Who will be on deck? Will it be Victor who goes next, or Alice?
I don't mind going next, but Victor, you want to go?
Let's go and let's unbundle your
All right. When we
thesis.
come back, 30 minutes. Let's make it an even 12:30 my time, 3:30 your time, Lisa. I'll see you then. You beat Lisa back. Her room key isn't working, so she wants us to start without her. You knew there had to be a reason.
Okay.
So it's up to you. Do you want to give her a couple of minutes or do you want to go ahead and start?
I will just say we give her a couple of minutes.
Okay. In case Victor and Alfredo, in case you didn't hear me, Lisa texted me that her room key isn't working, so she has to go back to the front desk. So she said go ahead, but Alice is saying give her a few minutes. What did some of you, or just what did you do on as your practice on in this particular practice session?
I just went for a walk for 15 minutes, came back and ate.
Good. I often do the walk. I
Yeah.
came back and said, it's 2 minutes. No eating this time. I walked too long.
I brought my exercise mat and did some self yoga.
Oh, good. Alfredo had to change his shirt because he was pumping iron and you pumped 350? You bench press 350? Oh, I wasn't supposed to tell. How is your house coming, Alfredo? And your kitchen's done, right, Alice?
Yeah.
Oh,
Not yet either. The inspection have to come. City inspector have to come to
oh, okay.
inspect it before they can finalize, which is good for me. They need to prolong. I'm trying to refinance it with different people so
Okay.
that the rates are so. I'm glad it's taking. We don't have a
All
kitchen.
beautiful. It's all beautiful and done.
Yes, it is all really beautiful. It was complete new kitchen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Alfredo, you are in the rough stages still.
I'm done with my unit. I use furniture, and I'm gonna put in the website for the nurses to find.
That's awesome. Put it on there. I'm gonna find him. You're gonna look up one day and I'm gonna be there. All right, Lisa, you are worth waiting for. So we waited for you. We're glad you're in your room safely.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Gotta pay that bill. All right, take it away, Alice. And tell us how you want to proceed.
This time, just like last time, I did the why I bring the verbatim more elaborately. There, it has everything I need help with, but it might help to contextualize my questions to everybody. If everybody read it, so we won't need it. Did everybody read it? If not, we can do the dialogue because that gives context to that, or I read the background, whichever one is helpful.
The background will be okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I'll read the background, then come and reread my why I bring this verbatim so that, and then that will be. Okay. CH is a Filipino-American woman in her late 20s, to 28 to be precise, who recently returned to California after serving in the military. Her journey has been marked by significant trauma, beginning with childhood sexual abuse by her uncle, a violation that compounded when her mother refused to believe her. This early betrayal fractured CA's sense of safety and belonging, setting the stage for years of emotional cutoff, internalized shame, and profound isolation. The silence she endured at home was later echoed by faith community, where she felt misunderstood and unseen, particularly after her return from the military service. CH lives with chronic anxiety and PTSD. A recent divorce layered atop her military experiences and unresolved childhood trauma has intensified her emotional pain and left her feeling spiritually untethered. Junior, my longtime care recipient and her classmate, encouraged her to reach out to me, sharing that his healing journey began through our spiritual care conversations. CH and I first connected last week during a 35-minute phone call. She quickly opened up, expressing that she had not spoken to anyone at this depth in a long time. She confided her longing to reconnect with her faith, despite feeling like the church looks at her like she's strange. I invited her to meet with me in person at my church office, a quiet, sacred space she could enter without fear. During our Saturday meeting, CH described the emotional mask she's worn for years, trying to appear composed while breaking internally. As she spoke, I witnessed her shift from guardedness to vulnerability, from silence to self-revelation. At the end of our time, she said, "Now I understand what Junior meant. You create space to breathe." That moment confirmed the holy task of simply being present without judgment so that her healing could begin on her own terms. Why I bring this verbatim? I bring this verbatim to my peers because Sia's story activated something raw and urgent in me. Her trauma echoes the very injustice that grieved me most. Childhood sexual abuse dismissed by her own mother, the trauma of military service layered with isolation, and the emotional devastation of the divorce. Her voice carried the fatigue of a soul who has worn a mask for too long, and every part of me, the chaplain, the biblical scholar, and justice seeker, the trauma-informed caregiver, was stirred into fierce attention. This was not just a visit, it was a crucible moment that brought my own vocational tension into sharp relief. I struggle with countertransference in encounters like this because I do not tolerate injustice passively. I carry deep commitment to advocacy, protection, and restoration. And when CH said, I've worn this mask all my life because society wants me to look strong, but inside I'm breaking, I wanted to tear the mask off for her and build her a sanctuary of safety right there on the spot. But I knew that my call was not to rescue her. I was to remain beside her, to trust her voice, and to create space where her agency could re-emerge. Yet, that knowledge didn't make it easy. I felt the talk of urgency, to comfort, to shield, to educate, to intervene. But I also felt the invitation to trust the slower wisdom of pastoral accompaniment. This tension is exactly why I bring this verbatim to our group. I need help discerning how to stay rooted in love without being swept away by urgency. How can I offer trauma-informed, justice-centered care while maintaining pastoral posture and non-anxious presence? I'm also wrestling with how to steward my hyphenated identity in encounters like this. How do I hold my righteous anger without letting it distort the care I offer? How do I avoid slipping into fixer mold while still allowing my fire for justice to inform and fuel my compassion? These are not rhetorical questions. I genuinely seek your help in exploring them. This case also raises important questions about long-term spiritual care with survivors of family betrayal and institutional harm. CH trauma is not isolated. It is layered, systemic, and spiritual. Her longing to reconnect with God, but feeling alienated by faith community is a dynamic I've encountered often, and one that deeply mattered to me. I want to learn how to walk this road with her slowly and faithfully, without over-identifying or under-engaging. I ask your insight, your challenge, and your wisdom so that I can continue to grow in offering presence that is healing, empowering, and spiritually grounded, even when every part of me want to protect, fix, and defend. So, do I stop sharing? Or you need me to put any sections up?
You can stop if you want.
Okay.
I really liked your verbatim, and it kind of caused some transference for myself, and all these um Alfredo's as well, kind of, all of them kind of cause you a little bit of counter transference. But you are asking how can you, not interfere and put your thoughts or try to save somebody, but people don't want to be saved at all. I can say for myself, because I went to a therapist one time, and you go seeking for somebody to have support for you and be there with you, and you think if you're like she was like, oh, I hate your mom, I hate your dad, and I hate your brother, I hate that's not helpful. Even though you feel that tension and that pain or whatever, and you think you're supporting them that way. It's not a support. The best support that I feel if is that if somebody genuinely listens to me, and I can tell that they're listening to me and they support me and they hear what I say. You honestly hear what I say. That is the best support. And for me, that's where my healing can take place. But trying to jump in and fix it, it's never going to be helpful. You think it is in your mind, well, I'm going to rescue and I'm going to say some things and it's not going to make them feel better. It's going to probably make them turn against you. But not that you do any of that, but I'm just saying, you have, this is a great verbatim, and you showed great strength and resisting saying anything and doing anything. You've come alongside, you supported her, and she was relaxed and she was able to talk because you gave her that space to talk. You didn't try to take over and say, you know, this is what you should do. You gave her the space, you know, and in that space she can find her own agency, and her healing can begin because she said she hadn't talked about it in a long time. She was able to talk about it. So I think you supported her in the best way possible. And we can't do anything anyway. That's God's work. He does that healing. God is the only one that can bring healing to a brokenness like that, child abuse and stuff like that. God is the only one can bring that healing forth. But honestly, I didn't see anywhere where you know, you interjected your thoughts or your feelings. So I think you're doing a fantastic job, and just keep doing what you're doing. Even though it's a struggle within you to rescue. I think you've learned over these last 2 units to, you know, trust your intuition and just not say things and just kind of sit back and give that space. So I don't I think you're doing a great job. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's really, really, yeah, thank you. I really needed to hear that from you. So thank you so, so much. I really appreciate it. If you noticed this morning, I came a little bit gloomy. because yesterday I was referred to, and not, it's a young girl, she's 15,
Mm-hmm.
who was raped by a pastor.
Mm.
This pastor is still serving, and the church said she should keep quiet. The family says she should keep quiet, and yeah, I mean, it is a reality that is just being composed, and yeah,
It's tough. It's a tough
yeah,
situation.
yeah. And then again, I'm going to this is a question that I will ask again towards the end, and I need Donna to really be able to help me, because like again, she spoke a lot. I captured just part of it. Every question, woo, woo, woo. She spoke a lot, and I now understand it with the conversation I had yesterday. I really do understand it. But a fundamental question also that I'm going to ask is that of informed consent, because we are not
Right.
allowed to tell. And she told me you cannot tell. Especially the one yesterday, you cannot tell. But when I say I really need to, the urgency is killing me. It's like a pastor cannot keep serving. I must tell. But again,
Yeah, with that age group though, I think that's a different. I mean,
that is a different
Reverend
conversation.
Donna can help you with that, but
Yeah,
that's kind of
yeah,
different. But
yeah. That is a question that, because these two cases are linked. If I'd written this verbatim, otherwise I would have shown the intersection between these two stories, but I've already written this verbatim. So, but I really appreciate like your vulnerability in saying through your own experience the best way, part of healing. I appreciate that so deeply. Thank you.
thank you for letting me share. Appreciate it.
Please, that was, how do they say it in French? Critical, right? It was, in fact, in what do you call it, hospital settings, they'll call these ones internal injuries, internal bleeding. And those are the worst because they don't come in the open, they're not visible to the eyes, but the person will be dying internally. And to worsen it, nobody will believe you. So that's the most painful one. You've expressed the relationship, an uncle, sometimes like the mother. Not that the mother is incredible. That is, she can wrap her head around it. So just willfully wants to, not support the daughter. But these are things that they are incredible. So it makes it more difficult for the victim to communicate properly. And this is where, goodness me, you showed up. She needed you. If you weren't there, could have been worse. The person would, and you lots and lots of issues, especially the ethical one about she gaining your trust and was to we now have mandatory reporting and all that. So these are things that are on our shoulders. So you're now battling with losing trust and doing your due diligence by reporting. And a prayer that the picture so that they won't go and prey on others. So these are that we need to continue conversation around it. But having the thing. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you so much, Victor. I really, really appreciate. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. You know, in disability studies, we call anything mental health, anything that's not visible. We say this is invisible, we call it invisible disability, right? Because it's like nobody sees it, the scars of the abuse, nobody sees it. And they want her to be strong. And so that's, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. And again, the mother, she's saying her mother, she kept saying her mother accomplice, her mother. She spoke about her mother a lot. But she said something which context again, that's why I said for my own orienting system. She talked about the mother being ashamed, the family, shaming the family because it has to do with the uncle, it is shaming the family. You know, my own orienting system says I also come from an honor shame society where the one thing happens to one person, if it's shaming, it shames the entire family. So our mother is trying to protect that in this shame. I didn't know Filipino culture is shame or not shame society as mine, but that is coming again my oriented system. But she kept saying her mother preferred not to go through shame with her, but to protect her, anyway. So yeah, thank you. It's a struggle. It's just what makes one day, what world are we living in? It's just, but chaplaincy just says, walk along, be that presence. It's been non-anxious, but just be.
Victor, some of what you said, my audio is not working well today, so I didn't hear it. And I'm not asking you to repeat all of what you said. But just this one part, did you say something about whether or not Alice needed to report it? Okay, did you hear that part, Alice?
Yeah, and I think I'm really hoping I will have sustained because it's really something that I am in situation right now. It is not in the verbatim. I'm not going to meet you guys until my IS is next Friday, and I'll be in South Africa. I still will have to. I need to meet. So I need to be able to, if it's okay, because they're intersected with this verbatim to talk about the informed consent and mandatory reporting.
What do you mean by informed consent?
That is that you cannot, again, in psychological terms, you cannot, you have to request the consent of the care recipient before you can say things, because there's the boundary of confidentiality. So you need that the care recipient's consent to be able to, like in this particular case, to really contextualize it. I need I need to know I'm not breaching any boundaries. I need to know that the care recipient is okay with, because this is confidentiality matters, right?
Okay.
So that's what I mean in that
Okay,
thing.
that's very helpful. So you also have from your handbook, it shows you some of the guidelines around that as a chaplain. And that's why we change and we don't use full names, and we change other information in order to the best of our ability, protect the identity of persons. Okay, that's helpful. And you're in the state of California?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, the state of California law, since the person is under 18, you'd be a mandatory reporter unless the information comes to you as a confession or in a penitent context. So for Catholics, the confession would be with the priest one-on-one, and that allows them to not have to abide by the mandatory reporting statute. In your context, it would be, did you receive this information in a penitent context?
No, because the victim.
Well, the penitent context would be in your denomination, where you are considered a clergy. Has your denomination given you the authority to receive communication like this and sworn you to secrecy? That would be a penitent context in a Protestant setting or a non-Catholic setting.
This is, this is the problem with these independent small churches who do not have manuals and policies, clear manual. I know if I go to the pastor of the church now, you say, yeah, this falls within it, but I don't have a policy manual to.
But you're not ordained by that, your church. Your ordination is held with the Presbyterian Church. Has Presbyterian Church given you the authority to have penitent conversations?
Yes. Yeah, the president.
Because that's if you have the authority of the church to maintain secrecy, then you're not a mandated reporter. But if you don't have that role from the Presbyterian Church, then what they would say to you is you're a mandated reporter as clergy, with the exception of the clergy who has specifically been appointed to function in that role. And you would know if you've been appointed to function as a penitent minister.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, you haven't.
Yes.
You would know because you go through a process, just like.
No, I don't know.
So that's a little difficult. So I apologize for you. It sounds like you are a mandatory reporter, and that's
this is a place I don't want to be. God, the Lord Jesus, have mercy on me.
Yeah.
Lord
I can hear
Jesus,
you. That's a very difficult place to be.
I'm not in a place. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So talk about what's coming up for you, Alice, right now.
Okay, I am just like I'm feeling a sense of, if I am a mandatory reporter, I feel a big sense of betrayal, because I was only told and even named the person after I said, this will remain between you and I. This person was very, very adamant and even asked me, you have to swear. You have to swear. You have to swear so many times. That, and I said, yes, between you and I. Between you and I. This person is not in the place yet in her trauma to deal with the noise around the mandatory reporting. I will re-traumatize her if I do that now. So mandatory reporting, I really need to read very fine.
When you consulted with the therapist, did you all have that conversation?
For this particular 15 years old, I didn't have that conversation.
Okay.
I did not, because I don't know why Junior is putting me in trouble, because Junior told this person that I did trauma and healing work. So Junior did send this CH to me, plus I'll just call her F, the other person that I met yesterday. Their story really is like
So you did, I thought, and you said you did consult with a therapist for CH.
For CH, I did.
Okay.
But I didn't, particularly your question about reporting, no.
And in your consultation with the therapist, you disclosed CH's history of abuse?
Yes.
And the therapist did not have a conversation with you about that?
I think for full disclosure, the therapist is a therapist who went through that, but she's Latina, and she's like those cultures. She understands those cultures always tell you to keep quiet. It's about shame. When I brought the shame on the dynamic, it's about shame. Never said anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I appreciate your difficult spot and acknowledge how difficult that is. I want to encourage you to not extend that promise. If she had said, I'm going to kill myself tonight, would you have also said, well, I promised I wasn't going to tell?
No, I would dare to
Yeah.
say for.
It's the same thing. If they're going to harm themselves or someone else, or if as a minor they have been harmed. So I encourage you to really be careful about making that promise before you hear the
I will never do that again. But what do I do at this? Mandatory reporting means you do it immediately, or you just take time? Because this is
It's
it's going to
immediately.
be chaotic. I really mean, and that will create problem for me also. It's going to be chaotic because
At least that's why we're in school. And thanks to
yeah,
God for
but I'm
CPE.
telling you, it is going to be chaotic. This person is really well-known pastor. It's going to be chaos all around. I don't know if I want to be in it. I hate to be in chaos. I just don't want to be in that space.
I
I
can
shouldn't have
appreciate.
even had this meeting. Ah,
Yeah, I can appreciate that. In terms of time, it is as soon as possible, is kind of what the statute says for the state of California. But it's a difficult place to be. I wonder how it resonates with your sense of justice and advocacy.
absolutely. In that sense, she said she wasn't ready. That her language was she wasn't ready. I know that she needs to be in a place where she really start dealing because again, as you say in my verbatim, there is the using retelling and the narrative techniques that helps towards healing. I think she needs that journey to start it and so that she is reclaiming her power. Then there's a moment at that point where she's in a better place to deal with this. That's what especially my reading of it. She's just not in that place. She's beginning for the first time to talk something which she has not internalized and didn't talk. So I really want her to reclaim agency and start narrating the story, tell it in her own voice.
Well, the
As a
advantage
way
you're
of
at now, my understanding is CH is not 15 now.
yes.
If you were talking to CH, the 15-year-old, I would hope that you would report it as soon as possible. But this is not where CH is now. This is many years ago. And so that you're not in that scenario. So that's what I thought I was hearing Victor say. Yes, you're a mandatory reporter, but you're in CPE. This is good. You're learning since CH is not 15 now.
But she is dealing with a 15-year-old.
I'm dealing with 15-year-old too.
Oh, that's a separate. I'm talking about
Yeah.
CH.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because they are two related, and then I'm going to I'll have IS next week. It will be like 10 days, and I'll not be around. Again, I'm going to South Africa.
But have you promised the 15-year-old as well already?
Yeah, yeah, so I did.
Oh, I missed that part. Thank you, Lisa. I
I
didn't
did.
realize you had extended the promise to the 15-year-old.
I think that they all know because the first thing is you promise. I think they all know that maybe this is something you have to tell because they keep like saying you promise me as a prerequisite for telling the story. You know, So anyway, I'm just in a mess right now.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
No, you're not.
Thank you.
You're good. It's only you study the manuals and know the norms, especially the guiding rules for safe environment in the state of California. Yes, and those things are spelled out. But if you read it very well and come to terms with it, then you can have proper communication. So don't, because there are many more kids, and this is why we are on training, and you are needed. You are an agent to really save the situation, the lives of those kids that are messed up, and also to stop potential predators. So please don't freak out. We have so much to do. We can't shut those kids out. Somebody has to listen to them, even if it entails a lot of paperwork and all that from us. So, but you'll be fine. Just read it and understand what it's all about. Have conversation with experts, and they'll guide you, put you through, and you know what to do, and you do the right thing.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. It's stirring too much in me right now. I think all of you know that I have two adopted daughters who were equally, you might not know that part, who were equally sexually abused and taken away to foster care where I adopted them. So it is, yeah, it is, yeah. I pray God to show me what to do and how to do it, right now. I don't know.
So I'm gonna stay focused on the verbatim right now. And we do have IPG, so if we want to return and talk about the other scenario, that's a place where you can do that and continue to seek consultation from your colleagues. In the verbatim, which I know doesn't capture everything, there are a couple of places in the dialogue that I think speak to your goal of trying to figure out how to come alongside and not fix. So could you share your screen again and share the verbatim part?
Yeah, sure.
In C5, I thought that was a powerful question you asked. What's the heaviest thing pressing on your heart today? That's both a trauma-informed care question. You're bringing her to the grounding her in today. And then you're also inviting her to reflect on where she is. In C7, after she tells you about the abuse when she was a kid, you respond, that's heartbreaking. So in some respects, the chaplain would stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
You deserve to be heard. You deserve safety, protection, and love. I'm not saying they're not true.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe even at some point further along, that might be helpful. That's heartbreaking, and a pause might just allow CH to keep talking. But as you said, talking wasn't her problem,
Mm-hmm.
right? Again, I know the verbatims don't have everything. In C9, you're affirming her, and you tell her you are not broken because of what happened to you. And I think that's powerful. And then you go further. These feelings, they're not flaws. They are signs of your deep strength. You're still here, still reaching for healing, still reaching for God. I'm sure there's things in the conversation that's not captured here, but that's very declarative, and it's building that you're making these declarations. Her voice, I'm still listening for. And in 8:10, she's like, I feel like God didn't see me, like he just wasn't there. And it may be an invitation to say more,
Okay.
as opposed to your beliefs.
Okay.
Where you begin in C11, you list everything you believe. I believe God saw every moment. I believe God, I believe, I believe, I believe. Maybe you could invite her, just say more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I understand that you went in with a desire to offer scripture.
Mm-hmm.
I would encourage you to consider maybe withholding which spiritual practice you would offer after asking her, what brings you peace? What brings you comfort?
Right.
And
Right.
then
Right.
you can come alongside her, as opposed to your goal going in was, and I'm going to offer scripture. And again, I understand the context because you know something about her faith tradition. And I thought 824 towards the end was very powerful. I feel believed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe you. And stop, because then you introduce your belief system. And I believe God. I believe God. I believe. You could just stop. I believe you.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be sort of the place where the chaplain would stop and try to come alongside the person and not offer their belief system. So I just wanted to point those out because they fit your questions. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, it is.
And I love that you consulted a therapist. I want to encourage you to continue to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and the therapist is a close friend who is also in the trauma-informed care class with me. So she's very sensitive at alternative way of doing therapy than just the dialogue format that I use. So yeah, I think I also highlighted those flaws in my own self-assessment, what I would have done. But anyway, should I stop sharing?
I wouldn't call them flaws, just opportunities.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Chaplaincy is beautiful, but it's also, it brings you face to face with yourself more than anything. I've done mentoring so long, but this is the hardest journey for me. It become harder. And it also in my community here, Junior and Melanie and others, they are just telling people to come to see me. Go and talk for those who come here and see. Those who say it's like the more it's like the stories I get, they're all these stories. Mentoring, you get people who want to pray, who want to grow in God, who are just, it's different. But this is becoming tough for me. Tough.
Are you
Wow.
still using your practice in the beginning of saying to them, I'm going to interact with you as a chaplain?
I do
Fine.
because a lot, except her, no, because she was saying she doesn't know me in that other capacity. So I did not need to because Junior already told her that in my interaction with him is as a chaplain and also as one who is doing trauma-informed care. Yeah, so that for her, I did not, for CH, I didn't need to introduce even the one yesterday, I didn't need to. But everybody who knows me that are coming from my community, I do. I clear that boundaries very clearly.
Do you like I know you like if you ever see people like maybe 3 times and then tell them, you're gonna refer them to a therapist and just have those resources on hand. because after a certain time, it's not really a lot we can do, you know. But
Right.
maybe refer them to a therapist or something. Just have some resources to give them.
Right. I've referred too, actually, to therapy who went and ran after the first, you know. I there's something again, like I've been seeing Junior for the longest, it is one of the longest people I've been seeing. Alphonsine too, Darren, Melanie, these are people that I've been seeing that you cannot talk about. Like Junior now, he is so allergic to the term therapy,
Mm,
and a lot of them, again, I think that's why this friend of mine is doing trauma-informed care, because she's trying to reshape therapy in different ways and do different things. The interrogative style of therapy is not working. For this generation, it's just not working.
mm,
They just don't want to sit on the couch and you talk to them back and forth. It's not working. And seems as if they are very resistant to that. But the hope also is gradually, they will need therapy. All of these people, they will need therapy. By default, they will at some point. So that's why, and for some of them, they felt each time I referred to therapy, they felt, oh, you don't want to see us anymore. That is, they have the immediate that by saying you need that is, well, I'm done with you. And I still reiterate, I will be here. I'll be here. If you want, we will meet. Every one of them is still meeting with me till now.
I wonder what it would be like to continue. Don't assume just because the referral comes from someone else, to define your role as a chaplain with each person, to make it clear about you cannot make promises to not report, and you simply name it, self-harm or harm of others, or a minor who is experiencing sexual or other abuse. And that I'm not a therapist, and I need you to commit that if together we realize therapy is what's important for you, that you will go to therapy. I don't even say I need you to commit that if together we realize it. I simply say, and if as we go along in our conversation, we realize that therapy would be helpful, you commit to see a therapist. I'll continue to journey with you as much as I can as a chaplain. I wonder if setting those boundaries would help you do what you want to do, because you say, I want to come alongside. I want to be present. I want to be a non-judgmental presence. I want to meet them where they are and simply be present, but you're not. You're telling them what God is doing. You're giving them a theology. You're you're going beyond what you say you want to do. So I wonder if setting that boundary every time will be added to your reputation. So Alice is not the fixer. You can go to her, have a safe conversation like a therapist and a pastor all rolled in one. Alice is a chaplain who has a conversation with you in this boundary. She's going to meet with you 3 times, and then you're going to have to see a therapist. And for her to continue to meet with you. If you really set and you limit it, she's not going to be a theologian. Chaplaincy is not about hermeneutics. She's not going to tell you how to interpret the Bible. She's not going to do any of that. Because that would forcing you to define the parameters of your service, and doing that repeatedly will also get added to your reputation.
Mm-hmm. I think it's very, very helpful conversation. Really helpful, especially that I will make that very clear and never again promise. I won't tell that language is particularly one important one to be very clear about it in the beginning. I think that is helpful feedback, which I'll take very, very seriously. And also, even like you said, if just don't assume, but make it clear I'm meeting you as a chaplain. Again, like we know, we don't capture everything in a verbatim. I really try not to bring God unless that God talk comes from the care recipient. Like CH disconnected from God. She really want to reconnect. So I'm trying to do both and not either or. That if the God talk is what she needs, which for CH I do know she because again she was going through that trauma, she acted weird, and then again, quote unquote, her language. And the church, she was going to church, and people always see her as a weird um, girl, right? And she's finding a way to reconnect with God after a very long time. So I use the God language in those contexts because I
So
know
that she can connect with your God,
well, she's serving my
God
God.
language, so that she can connect with your God. I want to invite you to let her use God talk to connect with or stay disconnected with, to embrace or reject her God.
But God is my God, isn't it?
That's your belief system. That's your belief system.
Okay. No, this is very tough. Yeah, it is like your God shall be my God, your people shall be my people. Now you say no, it's not your God.
No, she didn't quote scripture on me.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna shut up right there.
Oh my God. At least you help me get out of that mode. Yeah. That is my God. I have to know how to do that, you know. Yeah, but really, thank you so much. I'm going to set the parameters. And for me, my philosophy is both and not either or. Because I cannot make them feel either. It is either you go to the therapist or I'll not meet you. I really cannot go there at this place. For these children, I know them very well. I can't go there because I cannot be the one that set a stage for that healing journey to stop and re-traumatize them. I want to do the both and really find a way to really like this friend of mine, she's going to work with me. We're going to form a team that you know, she's already promised to I told Junior she will have a conversation with Junior. And hopefully that also be a channel again to in the class session on trauma informed care that was really she was asking questions on how to meet the this generation where they are, you know, and they were also reiterating different forms of therapy modalities. And she wants to
I
start
want to point
practicing them.
something out to you, Alice.
Mhm.
So I really turned this back on you and your behavior. And I
Mhm.
want to observe that you have shifted to talk about another person, a
Mhm.
course in a different context, and what's happening there. I just want to reflect it back to you.
Okay.
Talking about where you are, you shift out to something else.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
inviting
seeing
you
how
to,
I can get those together.
you're moving towards task. Are you
Oh,
able
okay.
to stay a little bit more with what feelings are coming up for you, what dynamics are coming up for you?
Yes, thank you. Mhm. Yeah. Anyway, I think yeah, faith integration in the context of chaplaincy is something to really reflect how we do that and do it best. Again, every day is a learning part on how to do that and do it best. And maybe also, again, as I said, a lot is lost in translation, in that you capture just the verbatim requires you to have just a certain number of dialogue. You can do all the dialogue. In this particular case, you know, I talked about God because this person talked a lot about God. And yeah, yeah, have to figure out and discern how to integrate that faith and faith integration in that context of clinical work of chaplaincy, the clinical method of chaplaincy. Donna, can one be a chaplain and a therapist at the same time?
Are we finished talking about your verbatim? Can you hear that
This is important, though. It concerns me too.
Can you hear that this is a verbatim of a very therapeutic pastoral visit, not a verbatim of a chaplain visit?
Tell me more.
The things I was pointing out to you about the dispensing of your theology, which made clear to me, your God is her God, right? The way you use scripture, those declarations are very impassionate, and I'm not questioning the accuracy of them. I'm responding in part to your desire to come alongside.
Okay.
As opposed to impose your belief on her. And the quagmire that you're in, the very difficult place that you're in, hearing very difficult information that you might have to come to grips with what it looks like to work with others to report the abuse of a minor.
Yeah. So when you refer to that, you're referring to C11. I believe God saw every moment. I believe God worked with you. All of that. The use of scripture. What specific use of scripture is therapeutic?
Your intent when you went into the visit, your plan was to gently integrate scripture, especially lament psalms. So right out the door, you're going to give her scripture.
Yes, because on the
It's a
first visit,
theological bridge between her suffering and God's presence. Your belief that she needs a bridge between her suffering and whatever God you're wanting to offer her.
right. Right. Okay, this is the issue though, because the first conversation on the phone, she explicitly, obviously she knows also that I'm pastoral. She explicitly said, please help me reconnect with God in the process of my healing. She was very explicit in that first conversation before our in-person meeting. So I'm not bringing in God there
What
without.
does it mean to you, CH, to connect with God?
Okay, you mean the rephrasing. Yeah, I get you. I get you.
As opposed to, I'm going to give you my God, CH, and you're going to connect with my God.
No one thinks I'm going to give you my God when they are doing it right.
I don't know.
No
Alfredo
one
and
thinks
Victor
that.
and
No
Lisa are
one
very
thinks that.
quiet now.
No one goes into that saying, now I'm going to bring you my God, No, yeah. I think what you're saying, if I understood and get you very well, is how to phrase the language in such a way that it meets the person where the person is, right? It's not the language of God per se, because the language of God will get in. She wants the language of God to be there, but to articulate it in such a way that it is meeting that person when the person is, and let that person elaborate her own language about God. Right? But then her language about God will and the question she asks meets my language about God in conversation. In that, I should erase my language. In that moment, what should I do?
Alfredo, Lisa, Victor.
Because my language and her language at some point intersects, and that's what the conversation was about. Should I erase mine, or what should I do?
No, no,
It's
no.
not. Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, it's not about erase your language. For me, this is for me. I'm gonna tell you my perspective about the question about the dynamic that we have right now. Okay, as a chaplaincy, you have to have the ability to meet any kind of religions, and a chaplaincy give us the tools to meet them. Okay, you assume that the person who go to your church believe in your God. You have to go deep. Okay, but even though he is in a church or they are in a church, you have to be sure. And that questions is to be sure exactly what is her belief system and help them in that way. So the questions is for you or for us to have the ability to meet any person from any religion, from any system, and have the ability to help them, to comfort them. Okay? And some point, as I myself, the question arise and they make you the questions. Are you a pastor? Are you a Christian? Are you a something? And that open the door for you to express your belief systems. But that's until they ask you. Okay? So all the questions, all the attitude is for you, as this is myself, okay? For you to be kind with them, to help them with the Spirit of God that you have it, and make them ask the question. It's the only way we can share our belief systems. If they ask the question, okay? If not, you are helping them. You are caring for them, okay? You are putting the Christ seed in them from your attitude, not just them, not criticize them. Just love them and be kind of them and be merciful of them. So the language I'm learning is not only for the Christian people, okay, to help them. The language is for the people who are not, who has different belief system, to have the tools, the knowledge, the heart, the mind, to be kind and help them.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Alfredo. And I think next time I will elaborate to give more context, because she asks a lot about God. She
Yeah.
did ask a lot. I didn't capture it well. I'm going to also do better in capturing those moments, because it's when we don't have that context, it feels like um um I am the one bringing in my God. So there is that long moment where she really was talking and asking a lot of questions that obviously I didn't answer much about it. But what I'm getting at, which is important, and I hear and Donna very well, and I hear all of and you too, is even at that moment, instead of saying, and I believe God's healing has already begun in you. Um, refer back to what she says about God in that place, rather than affirm in my own language, but refer back because she said things. I refer back to her own language and what she said rather than affirming how I hear it say in my own language. I think is that what you are getting at too, Donna?
No.
I know Lisa was trying to.
Well, I don't want to interrupt, but well, the part that you were saying that because you were saying she said she didn't believe God was present or something like that, and you said you believe God was. Then see, you should have say more about that instead of like, I believe God is healing you, because she's already said she don't believe she see God, but you already telling her, yeah, God is there anyway. You know, I don't know if I said that right, but that's
You're on mute. Do you mean to be on mute?
Oh no, I was affirming. Okay, sorry, I was affirming what Lisa is saying. That particular section, yes, absolutely. And I think that's what Donna had also highlighted, to ask for more, get her to say more. And I think in my self-reflection, I said that there are key moments that I would have make her articulate it differently.
So to your specific question in A24, she says, I feel believed. And you say, I believe you.
Right. And
Full stop.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. And now don't tell us what your theology is. Just full stop. And just be still and present in that very profound statement that is not about God at all.
Or at the C26, A25, where it was all about God. She brought all about God there. I should have added that because the A25 would have concluded, but in her voice, and it still would have been all about God.
So,
God.
so as Alfredo said, when the person asks you, what do you believe about God? My first response as a chaplain is not to articulate. So if they say to me, well, what do you believe about God? Is God going to forgive me for what I did? My first response is not to say, I believe God will forgive you. My first response is to pause. And then my second response is, what do you believe? Because that's what really matters. And pause. Although I have a belief, but really what they believe is what matters.
Right.
So even if they're talking about God, it's reflective listening, not the theologian, not the pastor, articulating a particular doctrine, a particular theology. Just giving them back what they are saying. Because what they believe about God is what matters in that moment.
It's true. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's funny because CH came to church on Sunday where I was preaching on 2 Corinthians, strength in weakness. And she found me to really preaching. That was all about me preaching. So that is the chaplain became the preacher then. And she took so copious notes, which she brought after church. She showed me everything she wrote down because again, it spoke to her situation. You know, um, I being a chaplain and a preacher from Saturday to Sunday. Oh my God, what an identity change.
So I'm gonna stop here. I am gonna reflect back that I was talking about right here in this verbatim, and you went off to another time period, not in this present moment. I just want to reflect it back, no comment necessary. Let's take our break, 10 minutes, and come back. Thank you, Alice. This is a lot of hard work. Thank you. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Victor, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. This is my fourth verbatim, and I want to take a more focused view on suicide ideation as projected by this care encounter. Suicide ideation amongst young people, and also how to build emotional support for depressed huge numbers
I
take their
think
lives,
your
especially.
audio went out a little bit. Can you restate that a little bit? Or maybe just on my end. Did everybody else hear
Yeah,
me?
he get freeze for a while. I don't hear anything.
I think he's froze again. Is it?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like their experience to be brought forth in evaluating my approach to this, offer their valuable feedbacks. And I also needed to interrogate my evaluation to the group therapy theory that I try to employ, which is a theory that often deals with group settings in spiritual care purposes. And that would involve what some of us pointed out a little earlier, recommending therapy and also finding group assistance, because often suicide ideation comes from individuals who are dealing with personal trauma. But when they come clean, discuss projecting this verbatim. Some of the categories: empathy,
Victor, you're going in and out. Maybe it's the screen share. Do you want me to share my screen instead?
hello, hello.
Okay. He's going to change his audio.
I think it's better I use my phone at this point. So I tried to itemize some of the things I needed my cohort to help me evaluate. Can you hear me now? Good. So especially the group therapy theory, which is some support, spiritual support, and care to used in group settings usually. So, and also work in a clinical setting where we have the interdisciplinary care support team. So most of the decisions do not end with one particular. We share information basically. So, and it entailed, after giving the emotional, spiritual care and support to PD at that instant, and further follow-up visits, I had to make recommendations and referrals to the psychologist for further therapy. So it was mentioned a little earlier, but I was, having, problems with, did I refer too quickly? Should I have continued further consultation with the patient before making referrals and arrangement for further therapy by the psychologist? So I think this is a general picture of what I have in the verbatim. Thank you.
When you were talking about group therapy, did you offer him group therapy, or that's what you were going to send him to, some type of group therapy, or?
Yes, in consultation with the interdisciplinary care support team, we have the social workers there, the psychologists, and all of them, so that it will amount to having sessions with the psychologist.
But not in a particular group, like with a whole group of people
Yeah,
that
they
are.
have their setting, how they set their things out, probably. It's not my duty, actually, but I have to make referrals. And within that time, my concept is why I felt there's need, because there's this, the group therapy will assist people who are, ideating with suicide, people who are also passing through depression. And that's the most suited assessment to assist them. So these are the things that I wanted to get clarifications on.
So you're talking about a team, not him going to a particular group, but you're talking about a team of people to help him.
Yeah, during counseling, the psychologists will now, find, often they have one-on-one, yes, but I feel that group therapy would be better suited for such.
Do
Okay.
you make referrals?
In consultation with the
Well,
interdisciplinary.
the answer is no, because the chaplain doesn't have the authority to make a referral. But you can be in conversation with the team and say, hey, I wonder if group therapy might be helpful for him. But chaplains don't write referrals.
Okay, for want of language,
There
yeah.
you go.
Mhm.
Which is why I'm just clarifying for Lisa. She's trying to figure out, do I make referrals now? So there you go. All right.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I like there's like 3 different areas: C1, C5, and C23. You kept reminding him that you're not you're there just for spiritual support, because I think he kind of latched on like you could do more for him, like help me. And one of them, I forgot which one it was. He's maybe C22. He was reaching out for, like, but you kept reminding him that you're there for spiritual support. So I thought that was really good and consistent.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome. Thank you.
David, thank you for bringing that beautiful consultation. And I can see your presence. You have empathy with him. You walk along with him, as you see in C9. Part of the questions was okay. C11, C70, when you say it must have been a difficult time for you. And as Lisa said, tell me more about it. And C19, that means that you walk along with him, and made the questions. And it was a really, really nice verbellum for me. And also I'm curious because when when in my area, when we meet somebody like that, I usually call the social worker to have a word with him. I always told the social worker I made it's gonna be helpful for him to see you. Can you come and talk to him? And I used that, and I wonder if I'm doing the right thing or not. But I never give it to nobody any referrals because I believe it's not my word. But I can do that. Just introduce the social worker to make all the investigation or all the questions that they have to ask him, and make the team help us and help him. But that was a nice verbal bit too.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Thank you so much, Victor. I really, there's a deep sense of empathy, deep sense of compassion with which you engage the encounter and the way you enter that space with respect, even when the care recipient's face is turned away. You also let the brother to really welcome you and to engage that dialogue. I like your response, the way you responded to P4. In P4, where you say, I'm done with being made to feel like I have no mind of my own. There's a big sense of compassionate listening there, where your attitude, you really allow his frustration to lead in the way, you didn't shut him down. You allow his frustration to be articulated. In C7 too, when you say, can you tell me where you situate your feeling? I find that was also well intended question, and it shows it is a deep desire for you to assess his emotional state without rushing to comfort him. So that really shows you a non-anxious presence in that moment. So I really appreciate that. In C9 also, when you said it is within your freedom, that which is a way you are affirming his right to feel the way he does. So that was helpful. The few questions I'll have is, again, in C7, to come about the phrasing of C7. What is it? After your question, well, thank you very much for letting me know. Have those friends visited you in the hospital? No, they don't even know that I am here, blah, blah, blah. And you said it must have been, no, that is not the one. It's C7. A conversation before C7. Okay. In C5, you said, that's why I'm here. And what are spiritual?
Are you looking for P16?
No, it's I'm getting the context before P7, because at P7 you say, if you don't mind, can you tell me where you situate your feeling at the moment? again, as one who works a lot with youths, there's certain kind of youth language that that draws conversation. Again, this is just me. For that generation, again, it is rather than asking the care recipient to tell where do you situate your feeling. I think it might be helpful to say, can you help me understand how you are feeling right now? That situating for the language of this generation is like situating your feeling. They wouldn't understand what you mean by situating your feeling, but maybe your care recipient too, but in a more direct language that really helps them to understand you directly without trying to figure out what does that mean.
Okay.
And I think also in C13, it's like they want to take charge of my life. That is P12. They want to take charge of my life. I hardly have space for myself. And you said, why would they act that way towards you? Again, it sounds more, it might come out like accusatory, right? Like you are like problematizing the way they're acting, rather than you might consider rephrasing that. It doesn't feel like you are trying to accuse one party by, again, something like, what do you think makes them respond that way, right? Because the care recipient might tell you, see, he's on my side now. It's like, why would they act like that towards me? You are basically affirming what the care recipient is problematizing. So a rephrasing of the language, I think, will help. And also in C19, let me get that on the screen. C19. Have you ever entertained such a thought about ending your life before this incident? After, for me, again, that's just my opinion. I think in situations like that, have you ever entertained? I don't know chaplaincy specific if that is helpful, but I think it's also helpful to follow it up with some sort of safety focused language, right? It's like, are you thinking about hurting yourself now or something, which is more, have you ever entertained the moment? Are you, because yes, you are making him retrospect, and he did retrospectively say, oh, one time when my girlfriend broke up with me, but in the moment, then a safety focused language, I think, will be more helpful, which is right now, are you thinking about hurting yourself now? So that the person doesn't need to do a retrospective of what happened before to add to the moment now again. So those are just my thoughts, but I think overall is you were very pastoral, you were very compassionate, you were non-anxious, non-judgmental, all the check. Yeah, I could find it there, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. Thank you.
You didn't bring your God. So that's good.
But at the end, we did 20.
Donna will not have anything to say. You brought your God.
Victor, let me ask you a question. I am curious in C21.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we cannot let the past determine our destiny. Whose belief system is that?
That was mine. And I put it in parentheses and I said I sensed he really wants emotional reassurance. That was my attempt at, giving him. It was mine, yeah.
I can feel your frustration that it's not a linear conversation. Those are very difficult. And I want to acknowledge your compassion in C9, where you say, you're absolutely right to feel that way. I wasn't present, so I don't know who I'm disappointed in everyone. I don't know who that is. They keep treating me cruelly, alarmed me. And again, I don't know who the they are. I don't trust them anymore. I'm still curious about where is he? And time frame, is it the hospital? Is it where? But I appreciate your wanting to show compassion for him and reassure him. And you said it. I needed to locate the source of his apprehension by first of all affirming his emotions. So I would encourage you, when you want to affirm emotions, that perhaps you could add, instead of literally affirming what they just said, your first affirmation could be to let them just talk about how they're feeling, because that's affirming. So instead of saying you're right or affirming, you could just say, I know y'all are tired of this. Say more. Instead of not saying don't ever affirm, but it can help to just say more before you say, I believe with you. Does that make sense? And it allows you to do what you want to do because you want to affirm. So the first act of affirming is just to invite them to continue to share. How do you feel about Alice's invitation for C19? Because I was curious why you asked that question. So I think Alice's invitation to you might say something about why you asked that. Why did you ask that question in that?
Yeah, like she pointed out, I wanted to have a track of, I wanted to get the trail, but now she has actually pointed out that it's not safety focused. So I ought to have, stayed with the present rather than refer him to a past. And of course, it triggered his lamentation. He lost it and he started crying and all that. So, and I think it was as a result of that backflash that I took him. So she's correct.
How do you feel about that moment of re-traumatizing him? Well, I want to give you a space to talk about your feelings.
Yeah, it was not intended, yes, but I felt bad. It wasn't what I I looked forward to, but there was some moments gone wrong. Yeah, it wasn't the best of outcomes for me.
So I can appreciate you said you felt bad. And so the self-awareness might be to realize when you feel bad, you offer your belief system. So you can go, oh, wait a minute, I'm feeling bad. Let me pause here because I'm about to offer my God, since Alice said I wouldn't say that to you. And my God says you can't determine your past, let your past determine your destiny. So that's a good self-awareness to have now going forward. Gee, when I feel bad that I have caused the patient harm, I'm going to go to my belief system. And next time you'll be able to choose another intervention. And what do you imagine if you could roll the situation back? What might you want to say differently at that moment in C21?
I could say, I'm sorry. I understand how you're feeling now. I know, just a word of empathy would do.
It would be good for him and you, and a space, just a space that you create. That's powerful. Thank you. Thank you. You want to say any more about the dynamics going on within you? This is a heavy visit.
Yeah, like I pointed out earlier, C27, I said a lot in that one liner. He requested for prayers, yes. Then I promised to pray, but I said we shall also have lots of checking in to do with you in our interdisciplinary care support team. That was where my mind had already started going towards getting perhaps some support from for him. So I don't know if it's okay the way it came out, but I was already, meaning to talk to the team.
So I'm wondering if once you begin to feel sad because you have re-traumatized him, you go to your belief system and you go to what can I do? What can I fix? And so we're going to pray, and I'm going to go to interdisciplinary team. And I wonder if in sadness, it's too hard to just be present.
Yeah, yeah. Those were awkward moments, yes.
Say more, Victor.
And it's clear that the that was not what I set out, to do. So, but I had to also make extra effort to be with him, and of course the visit was almost coming to a close, and it didn't help.
Victor, it's hard to be feeling sad for someone and hear them say, I need your help. That's very hard. And you are already feeling sad and whatever else you are feeling. And then you hear him say that. That's a lot. And of course you don't say, I can't help you. Of course you say, I can help you. What can I do? What can I fix? What can I do? What can I do? It's hard to hear that. Hard to hear. So I want you to give yourself some grace. And I think it was powerful in that moment to ask him what was his source of spiritual strength, as you did in C23. I would encourage you to not interpret spiritual strength. The second question interprets spiritual strength as faith. What is your spiritual strength? Do you practice any faith? You could just stop with, may I please know your source of spiritual strength? So beautiful. And just be still. And let's hear what his source of spiritual strength is. Faith triggers him to talk about faith. My family is Christian. Now he's shifted away from himself. And we don't go to church. And then you keep going. You conclude people who don't go to church must be interested in prayer. Oh, good. In that case, can we pray? You've gone, you're drifting. Yeah. So that first question was powerful, particularly when you realize I'm feeling sad. This person has just said to me, I need your help. May I please know your source of spiritual strength? Stop and be present, even if it's in silence. It was a great question. And that first one was enough. And have grace for yourself. This is a heavy moment. And he's not linear, which adds to the difficulty of the communication. How are you feeling right now?
I'm transported or teleported back to those moments. I wish I could undo a few things and say things differently.
Well, you did some great things. When you did go to pray, you asked him, what did he want to pray for? That was great. None of us are perfect. That was great. And he wanted peace. And he was able to tell you he hadn't slept, which are all things you can chart. Hey, the patient shared they have not slept in weeks. They have a longing for peace, whatever that may mean. And again, you're feeling sad. You've heard those words, help me, and you're trying to do that. And I do think you were helpful. I don't know what brought to your mind the words of thanksgiving to God for your life. I don't know, but whose belief system takes us to thanksgiving to God for your life? Is that his?
It was mine, because
We go to Jesus and we just on a roll now. Happens, man. It happens. Give yourself some grace. This is hard.
Just remember, it's part of the process of the life.
Thanks, Alfredo.
Then some breaths. Say, God, thank you for the opportunity. That's all.
Mm.
You don't have to go back. You are in the right place. You do what you have to do in that moment. Let God do the rest.
Mm.
Whose belief system is that?
Mine.
I knew you would say that.
Mine.
Now I already know what you will say next. Chaplaincy can make you unbeliever. I'm getting this crucial moment at P30 would never have happened if that conversation of his belief system didn't come in. For me, this is the crucial moment. And it would never have happened if he didn't introject prayer there. So mistakes sometimes leads, right? Leads to something great.
I don't use the language mistake or flaws or errors. In my belief system, I am an imperfect vessel.
Absolutely. Amen.
Waiting for God to use all of the imperfection that's going to flow from me.
Amen.
And
Thank you.
that's my belief system. I don't
Thank
impose
you.
on him, but that's how I can leave a visit, as difficult as the visits you have all shared. All of them are difficult, knowing, ooh, that was all about me. Ooh, when I rolled my eyes at that auntie and sucked my teeth, ooh, that was me. Or when I did whatever, when I told a woman, you're gonna make your mother go to jail. Oh, that was me. And I believe God was with you. The worst thing I ever heard when I was sharing some trauma was that God was there. Oh my gosh. But I believe that in all the imperfections that come from me, there is God who is greater. And let me and I think God keeps saying, keep learning, girl, keep learning. You'll get it right after a while. But never that I got it wrong. I keep showing up.
Thank you.
Victor, that's when I say have grace. This was difficult. This was not linear. And I don't know how you hear you cause someone to cry, and that's an overstatement to say you caused it. And then they say, help me. Oh my goodness, this is who we are. We're helpers. You're that's it. I'm done. I'm with you, Alice. How can we fix it? What do you need? Who do I need to beat up? What's going on? Let me get an interdisciplinary team. Let me, because that's who we are. We're helpers. So I have some grace, but talking about it and this self-awareness is what allows us to have different tools the next time. Thanks be to God.
Amen.
Thank you.
The amen, is it our common belief system or is mine?
I'm touching that.
Please. Good.
Humor sometimes is very healing. So
You're humoring my blunder.
your cracks, didn't you hear the language?
Oh my God.
My cracks are too many to be fixed by God, but one step at a time.
Using
Thank
us
you,
with our
folks.
cracks. Using
Thank
us
you.
with all of our cracks. Yeah. Victor, we have spent the time assigned to you, but is there anything else you'd like us to reflect on? I know we didn't give you concrete response to the suicide piece.
No, that's okay. The feedbacks are also There are lots of things I've taken. Thank you,
And I
Father.
appreciate in your charting that you did not use that term suicide ideation. It would be a little bit too diagnostic, but your charting was beautiful. It was excellent. And I understand, and I can see you know the difference between what you're going to put in a chart and how we can reflect critically with you. So I also wanted to affirm that. All right. And you started by saying it's just a short little verbatim. But thank you. Lots of big learning. And for all of us, all of these, this is your fourth verbatim. And you brought weighty, substantive verbatims that we had something to really process and grow and stretch one another. So thank you. Thank you. Let me skip your last, if it's okay, skip your last break and end a little early. Is that okay?
That'll be beautiful. I'm exhausted.
Okay. So we know next week is our book. I mean, our film. Thank goodness you're like, book, what book? Sure. It's any questions on how we're gonna proceed? I'm pulling up my syllabus right now.
Yes, because I would have just arrived South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
If I may ask, what are our wiggle rooms this in unit 2? What are our wiggle room in terms of hours to
What
put
are wiggle 3? For this unit, you have 3 hours.
3 hours? 3 hours. 3 hours. Because I'll be in some the last class is the 14th, right?
Correct. I have you down as needing to potentially be absent on the 7th because of your travel.
Right. And now I can make that up. Oh,
You'll need to do the reflection on the 12th. That opening reflection, the very brief. Okay. And then I'll send you a way to make up the education hours for the 7th. We understand if you're able to join us, you will, but it's likely with your travel that you won't be able to.
what I might do is I might try to attend for at least 2 hours and leave, if that is okay.
Group, is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Then the the last one, is this the 14th or the 12th?
The 14th is the last class session.
You talked about the 12th.
The 7th, I may have said the date wrong. The 7th, you're traveling, and I understand you now may be with us for 2 hours. And I'm going to give you an assignment to make up those educational hours. You'll have to do it. The 3 hours that we are over for the unit, you've already used.
I
So,
did?
yes.
Where did I go?
Well, IS is 1 hour.
But we are meeting, right? I can make that up, right?
Okay, you want to make up yesterday?
Yeah, I can make all IIS hour up, because this is the thing. I'll be in South Africa from the 5th through the 16th. I'm
Okay.
going to do the best I can to try to attend both, but I'm not sure I can go to 3 p.m. That is my problem, because for the 7th, I will need to I'm having a meeting at KwaZulu-Natal University, so I'll try to attend 2 hours.
Okay. So if you're able to attend 2 hours, we'll go from there. And if you're going to make up an IS, that gives us the time to document more clearly and make sure we're on the same page about what you need to make up.
Okay, good.
All right. And you want to communicate with Joseph that you won't be present on the 15th.
I did already.
Okay. And did he offer you a makeup?
No.
He doesn't understand that you need it because you
Who
only
tell
need
him?
100 hours. The 15th is 3 hours. We have 103 hours built in our unit.
Oh,
Already, so he's like, oh, okay, you'll be okay. So if you've already communicated with him, that we'll check that off. When we have IS, we'll come to agreement on what you need to make up. And I think 2 hours on the 7th is important for you to do that. So I'm glad you're going to try to do that. And on the 14th, if it's possible for you to do the reflection, that would help you. That would be one less thing to make up. We can have some flexibility. It doesn't have to be at the very beginning. It can, but if it can't, we'll be flexible with you. Is that all right, group?
Yeah.
And it's very hard to miss the final self-evaluation.
I won't miss that.
Victor will go first on the 14th, and we'll go from there. Victor, may I? Will
Yeah.
you share why you need to go first?
Yeah.
I prefer you share it.
I am representing my bishop at um, Pennsylvania. So I have a flight. I'll drive for 2 hours to Los Angeles, then pick the flight and start. So I pleaded if I can be the first to present on that day. And after presentation, I can go catch my flight. And Reverend Donna has given me assignments as well so that I can cover for the hours.
So Alfredo, Lisa, and Alice, I'm going to change things up a little bit. Victor's going to present. And then I'm going to ask you to share your feedback that you've written in your final evaluations that he wouldn't be able to hear because he's going to leave. So we're gathering at 10. It's time for him to share, have some reflection. And then you also share that, and then he can leave. Okay? All right. And with Alice, you're going to, once you get there, you'll better be able to determine how effectively you can be present. And we'll go from there. Okay.
Yeah, I will try the best, especially the last one. I will absolutely try the best. So work everything. My connection might be problem, but I will let you know.
And you said you're leaving the 4th?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That gives us time to make up the IS. And
Okay.
then be on the same page about what you need to make up. And you've already communicated with Joseph, so that's good for the 15th. He can send you an exit interview. He may choose not to. It's up to him. Okay.
Because that time for that meeting will be 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m. in South Africa. That's why I won't be able to.
Right, because graduation will be at 10 a.m. on the 15th. Graduation is at 10
Oh,
a.m.
that day. Graduation
Pacific
that day.
Standard Time. And it's from 10 to 2. Pacific
Time is fine. I can attend. But if I know that the 30 minutes is 3 hours, you said?
Well, it's from 10 to 2. You all know whether or not that exit interview does it ever actually last?
Sure.
How long does it take? About an hour and a half?
Yeah, I think so. I think we got out a little bit early one time, but
And there's a
yeah,
smaller number too. Okay.
yeah. Um, so that graduation, that's gonna be 1 o'clock for me.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And the exit interview is important because we really all take the feedback. I especially have to take the feedback and figure out how to address it and try to fix it the next time. Not fix it, but grow from it and demonstrate my growth in the next one. So I'll have to work on not saying whose God is it. I'm sure Alice is going to give that feedback. I'll find another way to say that. So, okay, so it'll be a busy day on the 14th. We are all understanding that we need to be flexible and we'll move things around and we'll do so accordingly to the best of our ability.
One question. This is to do with the final evaluation. We have to do our level 2 project. So if the project is a PowerPoint, do I still have to write a paper as well?
No, you do not.
Okay, okay.
And if the project is a paper write-up and you show the paper on the screen, and that's fine too. You don't also have to do a PowerPoint.
Oh, cool. Okay. I'm glad I asked before I started the paper. I mean, I finished it. I just didn't know if I
Finish
had to.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, I didn't know if I had to do
Okay.
additional paper.
You do not. You just share
Okay.
that with us.
Okay.
So, I'm glad you said that because Victor, yeah, you'll have to try to share your project too. So,
Yeah.
and your evaluation, you can share it.
Mhm.
I don't have expectation that you need an hour. Whatever amount of time you need to share is fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
One more. Just
Please,
one
go
more.
ahead. Go ahead.
I just want, like on the final evaluation, on the mid-unit evaluation, we had to add like all the income outcome indicators. We don't have to do that with this. We just have to answer the questions and the word it says student put certain questions in those areas, right? Answers in those areas, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure I was doing it right.
And in your final IS session, I really recommend that we go over your final version of your tracking document to make sure that all of them demonstrate the competency, the outcomes and indicators as you would like them to. Now, I've been reading them all along, but there's some of them, a word or two here or there would help it reflect more carefully that you have achieved that outcome. So we can take the last IS session together to do that.
Is that this coming week, the last one?
Oh, I do have a calendar in here.
Yes.
You technically,
Yes.
Oh,
the
okay.
6th would be your last one. If we need another one, we'll have another one. But that would be
Okay.
the last one.
That works. Okay. Sounds good.
So I have two more.
Wait, who was that? Alfredo, like, yes, that's the last one. More. Go ahead,
I
Alex.
have two more.
Yeah.
You have 2 more.
Yeah, okay. We are meeting on Zoom, so I can still have it from South Africa, no problem.
Okay, that works for me.
Okay, with the movie, we're gonna do the same as we do in the last movie, just family dynamics and all that stuff.
Yes.
And come in later on, like at 4:30 or whatever. Yeah.
Right. And I didn't give you, did I give you the prompters for this?
No.
Meant
No.
not. Okay, so I'm not giving you prompters on purpose. I know Joseph is giving prompters. You reflect. You want to use the family systems? Use that. That's great. You want to use trauma-informed care? Use that. That's great. You figure out your own prompters.
Okay.
And then you bring it and we have conversation.
Sorry, prompters for what?
On your syllabus, it has the movie and it says
Okay.
and reflect using the prompters. I'm inviting you to create your own format for reflection. So you might look at the movie. It does lend itself to a family systems analysis. It also lends itself to a trauma-informed care analysis. And you might say it lends itself to something else. So create your own prompters. I'm not giving you any additional prompters.
Okay.
You reflect as you would like to reflect and then share it,
Okay.
whatever that might be. Okay. The only thing I do want to make you aware of, I'm going to be very careful on the 7th to make sure that we have a full IPG session because that will be our last one. So I'll make sure in terms of monitoring time that we do that and have that time to, fully check in. And so any other questions? Okay, so I want us to close out today with just what are a couple, you could name one or two words that just kind of capture for you our journey together? One or two words that capture for you our journey together today, not for the whole unit, just today as we looked at the verbatims.
Yeah, I think I can key into safety focused language.
Oh, beautiful. Safety focused language. Thank you, Victor.
Mhm.
Well, of course, the imperfect vessel, right?
That's right. That's right. Imperfect vessel in the hands of God.
Mhm.
And as always, for me, it's to renew my mind.
I love it. Renew my mind.
So what was the question again?
Just a few words that capture for you our experience together today. Just today.
For my verbatim, I actually thought I was having a heart attack. I was like, I have to leave this session. I had to go outside and walk around afterwards. I wasn't gonna come back. I was like, I don't think I can make it back. But I was struggling. I really felt like I was having a heart attack. I felt it all in my chest, whatever it was. But after I walked around, I felt a lot of relief and I prayed and I read some scriptures. So I felt a whole lot better. So, but I think it was just some things that need to come to the surface and they did. And I felt healing from it. So, um, I guess,
Wow.
um, I don't know how to articulate it, but I feel a healing coming about. So
Mm. It works with what you said. When I start talking, I know I'm starting to get healed.
right.
That's what you
Yes.
said. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alice?
I've been thinking, how can I encapsulate? I think I can still use my title of my Second Corinthians, Strength in Weakness.
Mm.
I think it's really encapsulate that encounter of chaplaincy that meets you in your vulnerability, but it doesn't meet you, that meets you to transform you so that you can better serve.
Mm.
So
Awesome. Awesome.
mm,
Thank you. Thank you. What came up for me in your verbatims was the depth of your compassion and your commitment to being really good spiritual caregivers. And there were moments I was in tears reading your verbatims because I could feel the depth of your compassion for the people you were with. And thank you. I look forward to hanging out with you next week, however we show up. All right. Take
do
care.
you have time to, can we just meet
I
for one
do.
so that you can?
What else can sign off and you and I can work on some schedule stuff right now. I was in a moment, but Alice took me to the future. All right. Y'all take care. All right, let's look at our calendars.
Yes,
You're
please.
leaving on the 4th.
And then in the night though.
Okay, so
But I have so many that day. I have a meeting at the
I
university.
could probably, let me look at my calendar for tomorrow. You want to try tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um, it's coming up. Hold on. Wow, it's already the 1st. So from 7 a.m. to noon, I have meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I could move other things around easily after noon. So what does your afternoon look like tomorrow?
From 3 p.m., I will be going with my daughter for some stuff.
Okay.
Around, yeah, between noon and, okay, it will be too much for you to finish a meeting at noon and then meet me, I think.
No, I can meet you at noon. You want to meet
Yeah,
at
okay, sounds.
okay. So let's do noon. We'll just go on the Zoom link, and then we'll also talk about, what all is left to do. Why did I say 8 when I'm not available at 8? Oh, because it automatically said 8. Okay, so I will see you at noon tomorrow. Thank
Okay, thank you so much.
you. You are welcome. I'll see you then.
Okay.
All
Okay,
right.
so-
Okay. Bye-bye.